Hello. How are you all doing? What the fuck?
It's completely devastating. I think about what his last moments were like.
Faiza Noor reflecting on what took place in front of her home on Tuesday. A city employee coming to pick up the trash died in a tragic accident.
He got out of his truck, and then his truck started rolling. And the next thing that I was able to witness through our cameras was that he chased after the truck.
Her security camera recorded everything that happened. The city
So he's stupid.
employee trips and falls. We're not showing you what happened next.
Jurian Ryder.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Thanks for saving me out of the retardation I've been seeing all day. Well, I know the feeling. Glad I could help. Pierce Morgan has that anti-Semitic Cabbage Patch looking kid on his last show, makes a fool of him. Can we watch it tonight? That sounds like it could be good. This one, or that's Aliens. Has to be this, right? Is that the Cabbage Patch looking dipshit? You can maybe watch that.
The man is run over by the truck. He died at the scene.
Did you see Shredded Sports Science stupid segment about you? Did he do another one? Because I know he did one before where he was claiming I have roid rage. Which is, like, kind of ridiculous because, I have not had a change in behavior. Like, I get angry at things. Which video?
Hello, welcome to Shredded Sports Science. Let's see what the fitness industry has for us this week.
Easy.
Oh, here we go.
Easy.
Michael, talking of which, vegangains has just posted update pictures since jumping on the sauce, and blimey, dude is looking solid.
Yeah, I'm gonna worship some beta male.
I'm up to 232 pounds, which is a 32-pound increase since hopping on gear. Here he is 29 weeks ago. I mean, the change since he became enhanced is striking. Not just his physique, but also his face. He may need to change his channel name from Vegan Gains to, well, Gear Gains.
All night long! Shut up!
I'm wondering how far he's going to push this and why he is doing this. When 29 weeks ago he looked great naturally. Someone get him some Michael Hearn merch.
The rage clips of me are pretty funny. All night long. That's good. You know, some people just want more, you know. You know, some people aren't satisfied with Toyota Corolla. Some people need a Ferrari. So current goal right now is to just get to Kazuya Mishima level in Tekken 8. And then once I'm there, I don't know, maybe I'll want to get bigger. Maybe I'll go for Nosferatu Zod or something. See, Dodo donated $2. Oh, I heard this guy died. Barbell falls on him, failed to secure the barbell with his thumbs. Yeah, dumbass doing suicide grip. Sudden impact caused his heart to stop. It's conceivable, like... It's, I don't know how much weight that really is, though. Well, it did fall from, like, full outstretched height. So, yeah, could have been. Well, there you go. Portland jury. Gary Edwards, 43, was charged with second-degree assault for stabbing a man in Portland near a light rail stop. However, he was found not guilty of the crime after the jury learned the victim was using racial slurs in the aftermath of the altercation. Oh, it's Portland. Okay, yeah. Well, that checks out, you know. It's Portland. Yeah, stay away from Portland. 5-year-old boy knocked over a $132,000 sculpture at a community center in Kansas. The insurance company called the parents negligent and demanded they pay the full $132K bill.
Dispute over an expensive piece of art after a little boy had a big accident.
Watch as this 5-year-old boy reaches for an art sculpture on display at a community center, toppling the piece and knocking the boy down too. The boy's mother, Sarah Goodman, stunned, but the real shock coming days later.
No one would ever expect to come into a place where kids are invited and have to worry about a $132,000 piece of art falling.
The family receiving an eye-popping...
Yeah, you'll notice that other people who bring their families with them don't knock over the expensive sculptures. So maybe you're just a dumb bitch who doesn't know how to raise her kids.
$132,000 claim from the City of Overland Park's insurance company. The fall allegedly damaging the piece beyond repair. The insurance letter reading in part, "You're responsible for the supervision of a minor child. Your failure to monitor could be considered negligent."
I was surprised, more so offended to be called negligent.
Plenty of people bring their kids to museums, and you're the only one.
City officials say the piece was secured.
It's not an interactive piece. So when you have, somebody climbing on it, that's not what it's built for.
The city says they hope the insurance company can work this out with the...
Yeah, she should have to pay. Fuck that bitch. Fucking parents. Drones attempted to target Zelensky's plane in Ireland. Ireland. When Zelensky... 4 large drones were heading towards the Dublin airport. Drones reached the point where the presidential plane was supposed to pass. Serious incident. Irish security, military grade. Wonder if the IRA has anything to do with that. Really weird. Wouldn't have figured it'd be Ireland. What is this? Chinese tourists lack manners. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Aaron P donated $2.
All right, guys, that's it. Thank you to everyone who supported me over the years. This is going to be my final YouTube stream. I appreciate you all. Stay healthy, stay vegan. Peace.
No, I can't believe it's over. I'm going to miss you.
All right, guys.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Aaron. Those AI videos you make are funny.
He tripped and fell next to a rolling truck, and it's thousands of pounds that eventually ended his life.
Sources confirm the 66-year-old employee is Jose Castillo. They say he worked in the job for about 30 years. Castillo and his wife lived in Scarborough. On Instagram,
Dude, this motherfucker was about to retire and then, like, gets run over by his own truck. Wow.
Family member wrote, "You were taken away so unfairly and way too soon." Castillo was emptying green bins and recycled material into his truck. He was working alone like other operators we saw on Tuesday. Driving a truck, emptying the bins, and occasionally getting out to pick up material by hand. In every case we saw, operators stopped their trucks and then got out. In Castillo's case, the truck was moving when he was outside walking for some reason.
Human error is often so it's happening all the time.
I wonder if this dumbass was just being lazy and he figured he could just, like, hop in, hop out. I don't know.
I mean, it's a very common thing.
The province's Labour Ministry and Toronto Police are investigating what happened leading up to the moment.
Tyson Hockley wants to fight Clavatard in Ross's next boxing event.
I don't think Clav is ever going to agree to do that because he doesn't want to get his face punched in.
Would you fight him on brand risk?
I'd 1,000,000% fight him. Yeah,
Okay, so
I don't think he would fight me because I just want to break his face.
Make your pitch to Aiden right now.
I mean, I've been making my pitch, right? Like, Clav called me autistic. He wouldn't say it to my face the whole time I was defending him. You could attest. Remember, in the room with everybody, he likes to say I was, like, dissing him. You could attest. Was I not defending Clav in that room? Yeah, I was defending Clavicular, and then I asked him for a street interview.
You should know better than to defend a 9-life path.
Yeah, I asked him for a street interview, and then after I walk away, I see a clip on Twitter of him saying, "Oh, that kid's so autistic," because I'm, like, being persistent. Which, I mean, that kind of hit me in a certain way because I'm like, bro, I've been defending you. You know, we both kind of look up to Zerk in a sense, but, like, you're gonna shit talk me when I walk away. And I understand, like, yeah, he's in a restaurant. I was contemplating if I should go up to him. You know, that's fair, but, like, I thought it was just like a respectful interaction. I didn't know he said that shit about me when I walked away. So I'm like, hey, if you're gonna say that shit to my face, right?
Gotcha.
Like, pull up. I even said the other day, I'm in Brickell, pull up and say that shit to my face. I know you got security, entourage, whatever it is, what it is. But I'd 1,000% fight this guy. He doesn't.
Yeah, Clav just doesn't have an interest in fighting, I'm pretty sure. He's kind of more interested in looking pretty, so. And doing crystal meth. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. It's the one yesterday at 24 minutes.
Friends, colleagues, and family.
Oh, that fucking twerp. Yeah, that cunt. Fuck him. I fucking hate that guy.
When Castillo was killed, right in front of Faiza Noor's home. She questions why the vehicle would be able to keep moving if an operator steps outside, even if it's still in gear.
The fact that the truck did not have like a brake, like a stop brake mechanism, was really
It's a car, you know that?
surprising, and that it kept rolling.
While the cause is still unknown, Noor says she'd like to see improvements to vehicles that may make it safer for workers doing their jobs. People like Jose Castillo, who was killed by...
There doesn't need to be safety improvements. You need to stop the car and put on the handbrake. It's that simple. You just stop the car and you put on the handbrake, and then you won't get run over. Fucking dumb motherfuckers. Dodo, Donatillers, you missed my last dono links. Also click these two. Did I? No, I didn't. Oh, wait. Oh, my bad. Women deal with periods, pregnancy, and menopause. What do men deal with? You're annoying horse shit. Fucking stupid bitch.
Thank you, General. When you attack American citizens, when you attack our institutions of legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great...
They pardoned the January 6th protesters. And a bunch of them ended up committing murders, armed robberies. They got shot and killed by police. Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Ow. Ow. Oh. You know, kitties are really great. That reminds me too, $70 million draw tonight. So tomorrow I should be $70 million richer. Oh. Oh, wow. I love kitties. They're just so good. Are these the right ones? This is confusing the fuck out of me. Hashtag Qatar first. Tucker has just been added to the speakers list for the upcoming Doha Forum in Doha, Qatar this week. Yeah, really. Like, I love how the guy who's like America First is doing this, is talking in Qatar. Fucking...
It basically turns you into a cuck. Like watching porn, when you think about how weird it is, you're literally watching two people have sex whilst you stroke yourself like a fucking little loser monkey. Like it turns you into a cuck. You know what a cuck
Not if you're watching hentai, or you're watching girls shove a dildo up their ass.
is, right? A cuck is like, you know, the seat in the corner of the hotel room where a guy will sit there and like watch his wife get fucked. Basically, a cuck is like a guy who likes watching his own woman have sex with someone else. When you watch normal porn, you are quite literally training yourself by habit to become like a cuck who enjoys watching.
This, like, doesn't even make any sense. Like, there's so many genres of porn that wouldn't fit that description. So, if you watch lesbian porn, which is extremely common for straight heterosexual men to watch. If you watch women masturbate, so, like, just using their fingers, riding a dildo, fuck machines. And hentai is, like, literally just hand-drawn, so it like, there's not even any people involved there.
People have sex, and you can cope all you want and say like, oh no, I pretend it's me, whatever, but you are literally like training yourself to be the watcher rather than the doer. It's better to just save up your horniness, discipline yourself. Like when you feel really horny, understand you don't actually have to release, you don't have to jack off, you don't have to watch porn. Save that energy, and eventually you can be the one who has sex, and you're the one who's actually performing there.
Yeah, okay, great. Let's see. What else do we
This is
got
your
here?
Peace Prize. There is also a beautiful medal for you that you can wear everywhere you want to go.
FIFA makes up Peace Prize. Wow. They're giving Trump, like, you know, participation trophies just to make him feel special so that they get on his good side. Like, this is how fucking stupid Trump is. Oh my god.
Right now. Okay, let me hold. Fantastic. Excellent. This is your piece.
Dude, he's literally retarded.
China had reached its pre-industrial limits to growth. Its population kept on going up and up, but its agricultural productivity just could not feed people. And so people are trying to farm really marginal lands. Either they're too vertical, or they don't have reliable rainfall, and you're also getting a lot of famines. And famines are both the cause and the effect of civil wars. In this map, you can just see these rebellions affect all of China. Not just a little here and there, but a lot of everywhere. The biggest rebellion in there is the Taipings. It's estimated that 20 million people died in the Taiping Rebellion. To give you a sense of it, in World War II, it's estimated that 55 million people died. So you're talking 20 million just in the Taipings, and I have no idea how all this adds up. But it's huge. The Chinese like to talk about these as being rebellions or uprisings. Give me a break. They're civil wars. A whole bunch of them want to overthrow the dynasty in Beijing. A whole other set of them want to secede from the empire, often these minority people who just want the Han, the predominant people, to go away, or the Manchus in this era. Some of these provinces are devastated for generations. China had reached its...
China bad. This is real, even though should just be an Onion headline. Donald Trump administration has removed Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth from a list of free entry days at national parks. They will be replaced with Donald Trump's birthday. When's Donald Trump's birthday? Well, it's not so bad. At least it's in, the summer, in June. That's a little retarded, still. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, that's a little dumb.
The murder of two Israelis.
Humanity. That's
all right. Well, let me bring in another guest. Stop Anti-Semitism put Guy Christensen, a pro-Palestinian TikTok influencer, on the list too, because he.
Didn't this guy literally say death to all Jews? Dodo donate $2. This proves the Quran is good. Let me see. So the book is so gross and dirty the cat doesn't want to step on it? It's fucking stupid. Muslims are actually dumb. Gummy, stop fucking scratching.
Earlier today, Mayor-elect Zoran Mandani announced that once he takes office on January 1st, he'll stop sweeping homeless encampments across our city. I won't criticize him on every issue, but when a policy harms New Yorkers, I have to speak up. Showing compassion for those sleeping on the streets is not a sweep. It is humane. Ending this action will create a quality of life nightmare. Just look at cities that allow encampments and you'll see the damage. Worse, leaving people to suffer in the cold isn't just neglectful, it's a disgrace. Throughout the last close to 4 years, I was adamant about cleaning those encampments because we cannot tolerate a city that turns a blind eye to human suffering. I urge the incoming administration to rethink this, and I urge New Yorkers to raise their voices. Let's call it what it is.
He's gonna turn the city into an absolute shithole. Like, you're gonna see used needles all over the fucking place.
Labeling the abandonment of our homeless neighbors as progress is a slap in the face to real progress. It's not just misguided, it's shameful.
You're just gonna have homeless people leaving trash, garbage, drugs, dirty needles all over the fucking place. They're gonna start harassing people, breaking into fucking stores, causing a fucking problem, and it's just gonna make the city an even bigger shithole. Like, that's just what happens everywhere they allow homeless encampments. Like, it's like this guy just deliberately wants to make everything worse. Fucking can't stand Zoran, dude. He's such a fucking idiot.
Isn't realistic what I eat in a day as a vegan when I'm filming. I usually film 1 to 2 recipes in the morning. Here I filmed the Taiwanese Lurofan recipe, which basically means braised pork rice, but obviously it's going to be vegan, so I used a mix of soy nuts and mushrooms. It's really important to braise the ingredients in the signature smoky and sweet sauce. I paired this with rice, pan-fried bok choy, and spring onions. I honestly love how balanced this was. Then I spent the entire afternoon editing content, so I needed a pick-me-up. I made a date matcha with fresh matcha, date syrup, and oat milk. It was perfect. Then for dinner, I definitely wasn't in the mood to cook, so I went to have steamboat with my family at New Foot Kai. We started off with some drinks, followed by sambal patai fried rice. Then finally the laksa steamboat came. It looked amazing. We also ordered spinach with bean cut skin for the sides. Honestly, the broth is so addictive, which is why we always get this every single time. And for supper, I rarely have supper, by the way, but that day I met up with a few friends, so I had this veganized impossible murtabak at Srisan. Enjoy and follow for more.
Watch first minute.
Jeffrey and Jessica have no discipline. Jeffrey's addicted to video games, and why wouldn't he be? In the real world, he's a virgin, but in the virtual world, he's a dragon slayer. He has 10th prestige in Call of Duty. That's so addictive that he spends over 10,000 hours playing video games instead of leveling up real life skills. Jessica scrolls TikTok all day. No, it's even worse than that. It's book talk. She reads smutty books about a woman who gets a job jacking off animals, but then she says it's not.
Like, he must have just learned about female romance novels like a few days ago. I've never heard him ever bring anything like this up.
Not porn. They both have no routine, and so their lives are just going downhill. 5 years from now.
He's genuinely fucking retarded. The types of books women read are just trash. Like, they're all trash. Some are obviously more erotic than others, but like, they're just all the same. It's just fucking garbage. They're like, women just read fiction novels that are all about relationships. So kind of, yeah. If I had any criticism over women reading, it's just that they read garbage.
Jeffrey and Jessica are fatter, uglier, and stupider. Adonis and Anastasia are disciplined. Even though the entire world is against them, they stay.
Oh, right. Because, like, a traditional trad, you know, sort of chick isn't gonna read trash romance novels.
Consistent. Porn, drugs, junk food, social media, degeneracy, they avoid it all effortlessly because of their disciplined routine. Adonis wakes up early and meditates, and then he gets straight to work as the leader of his tribe. And Anastasia wakes up with her natural cycle and goes straight to tending to her babies. She's the best mother ever.
I wonder if he's ever gonna look back on this and just realize how cringe this fucking idiot is. Fucking moron. I like how this guy has like a men's self-improvement channel, and then he tries to convince dudes to like get married. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be?
Two presidents
Nicolás Maduro of Venezuela, and Juan Orlando Hernandez of Honduras, both accused of stealing elections, both indicted on narco-trafficking charges, but only one pardoned by President Trump.
Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about.
Trump granted Hernandez a pardon while Maduro faces an armada and an all-out effort to oust him.
It seems enormously hypocritical what Trump is doing in these two cases.
So why did Trump let one leader off the hook? The answer, analysts say, is at the heart of his foreign policy. Before he was in handcuffs, Juan Orlando Hernandez led Honduras for 2 terms as president. But federal prosecutors say he built his rise from local congressman to the presidential palace on drug money. Hernandez was convicted in 2024 of what prosecutors called one of the biggest and most violent narco-trafficking conspiracies in the world, protecting drug routes in exchange for millions. In total, prosecutors said he helped flood the U.S. with more than 400 tons of cocaine.
Hernandez had been sentenced last year to 45 years in prison for allowing tons of cocaine to flow through his country into the United States while giving top drug traffickers state protection. He basically turned his country, one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere, into a narco state.
He allegedly even boasted they were going to stuff cocaine up the gringos' noses. Prosecutors also won convictions against his younger brother Tony, a former lawmaker, his national police chief, and his cousin, also a high-ranking national police official. Exactly the sort of narco cabal that Trump officials accuse Venezuela's president Nicolás Maduro of leading.
Hernandez's treatment differs totally from what Donald Trump is trying to do with Venezuela's president, Nicolás Maduro, who was indicted in 2020 by the United States for roughly the same sort of crimes that Hernandez was convicted of. He is a dictator in all but name. He is accused of stealing 2 elections and supposedly leading a very loose-knit group of corrupt generals and senior officials protecting cocaine shipments.
It's not the first time Trump has rescued Hernandez. In 2017, Hernandez, like Maduro, faced allegations of election fraud as he sought a second term. Independent election monitors found irregularities with the tallying, calling for a new vote. But Trump, then in his first term, recognized Hernandez as the winner anyway. Now he's arguing the criminal case against Hernandez was a setup.
They had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was
sure.
It was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that.
The pardon was a bombshell in Honduras. No one was expecting it.
Hernandez was arrested just days after leaving office in 2022.
Thanks for the membership, Mate Olenstrom. Or Matt Olenstrom? I don't know. People have weird names.
When Joe Biden was president. But the prosecution against him and his family was in full gear during Trump's first term, with Emil Bovee, later Trump's personal lawyer and senior Justice Department attorney, leading the case against Tony Hernandez. Still, Trump granted the pardon after an all-out campaign by the family, including this 4-page letter from Hernandez himself.
That letter had been circulated in Washington among Trump's inner circle. It basically hit all the right spots if you want to get a pardon from Trump. It basically praised him, it flattered him, it said that Juan Orlando had drawn strength from studying Trump and seeing how Trump had been a victim of lawfare.
Trump's longtime friend Roger Stone, who had been pushing Hernandez's case for months, urged the president to issue a well-timed pardon ahead of Honduran elections on November 30th.
Oh my God.
I was delighted about 3 hours after I sent a copy of this letter.
Dude, Roger Stone is so fucking psychotic.
To President Trump to read on Truth Social that he had announced the full and unconditional pardon.
2 days later, Hondurans voted. Analysts say Trump's pardon announcement may have helped Hernandez's Partido Nacional clean up its image, still tainted by his conviction, especially because it came with a direct warning. If the party's candidate Nasri Tito Asfura lost, Trump suggested
I'm
the
back
US
on
would
Cherry
cut
Coke
aid.
Zero.
Honduras, one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere, received over $193 million in U.S. assistance last year.
Without a doubt, Trump is throwing his weight around in the Western Hemisphere. This seems to me a bit of a return to the 19th century, and he's picking winners and losers. And the winners are basically his friends, his ideological friends, or people like Milei in Argentina, who he just provided billions of dollars in order to strengthen their economy right before the election. And as a result, Milei won big.
And with nearly half a dozen countries across the hemisphere scheduled to hold presidential elections in 2026, that influence campaign is unlikely to stop in Honduras.
Fucking bizarre, dude. Absolutely bizarre. Blink Donatillers, what are your thoughts on her? Swaggy, leggy, golf daddy.
I'm Sam. I play tennis.
Know that the standardized textbooks of our American education system were all published by
the fuck?
A company called Pergamon Press. Anyway.
So she's like a weird right-wing conspiracy theorist? I'm not very impressed by her. Women kind of aren't good at anything, so... she just doesn't have a particularly powerful golf swing. That's because she's a girl. She kind of swings like a girl. I don't find her... I don't really find her attractive. And doesn't seem to have much of an ass. Trying to see if her butt has any shape to it at all. Turn around and show your butt already. Nobody cares about you talking. Yeah, dude, like, no ass. Oh my god, it's like all bone. Yeah, that's a pass for me. Thanks for the donation, Blink. Kid Boo, don't need to tell her she blocked her comment section. I can only imagine why.
To look away. Well, I got a solution for you. Why don't you tell your client to put some clothes on and stop going to a gym in her bra and underwear dressed as legally naked as possible? 100 women versus accountability. While you're at it, tell your client to call her father and apologize immediately.
I am the girl in this video. I expected opinions on my gym clothes, however, I didn't expect it to turn into something cruel. I also didn't expect a stranger to tell me to call my father to be put in place. My father actually passed away, so let me be clear.
I'm a victim. I never expected for anyone to say mean things about me online. Why is everyone being mean to me?
No man owns me, no man decides how I get to dress, and no man tells...
Oh, cool. Right. So if I just walk around with my dick flopping around, what do you think's gonna fucking happen? You're gonna have all these women claiming that I sexually assaulted them because you could see the hamster flopping around in my fucking underwear. So, like, guess what? If dudes dress the way these women do at the fucking gym, where you have like it's not even shorts, it's like underwear, it's like lingerie. If you have like a dude with lingerie that's like literally going up their fucking ass crack, you have like the fucking underwear things they wear are so tight you can literally see their vagina. Again, if a dude came to the gym where his like dick and balls were like flopping around through, you know, some underwear, you'd have like a million women accusing the guy of sexual assault just because they could see his penis. The dude wouldn't even have to do anything. He would just exist standing there, and women would call the police accusing him of sexual assault just because you could see his dick and balls through his underwear. Like, the double standard is just fucking crazy.
Tells me how to exist in this world. I train in a sports bra because I train hard and I have the confidence because I worked for it.
You train in a sports bra because you want attention.
And if a woman in the gym feeling strong and unashamed...
Like, give me a fucking break. You train in a sports bra because you want attention. There is no reason whatsoever, none, to, like, just have a thing covering your tits and have everything else exposed. If you wanted to show off your muscles, you could wear a tank top, like a stringer. You could wear one of those, like, crop top things where if you wanted to show off your stomach. Again, they're literally just wearing lingerie. That's what it is.
Makes you feel angry, that says nothing about me, but everything about you. The Bible says that all that you do be done in love.
The Bible, yeah, right, sure.
If this is what you choose to do with your platform, then that's between...
Yeah, the Bible also says stone women to death who've had premarital sex. What do you think about that, huh? Oh my god. Mentioning the Bible when fucking making, when talking about modesty in a fucking public gym. Are you kidding me? The Bible says to murder women who've had premarital sex.
Between you and God, not me. And to every woman that's ever been made to feel smaller.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay, sure. Uh-huh. So, yeah, this is all attention seeking. It's all attention seeking. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Dead donating tellers, if you were to buy one, which would you buy? You mean one of their bars? I don't know what the difference is between their competition and training bar. Do they have, like, different... What's the difference between the training bar? Sensor ready. Built for competitive. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh jeez! Ah! That was a lot of gas, very suddenly. I guess I'd get the IPF training bar. I don't know what their performance bar is. Yeah, I think I just get the IPF powerlifting training bar. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Was this UVG? Aisha was 9, yeah. No, that wasn't me, but that guy's based. Fuck, dude. Islamophobia. Like, fuck. We need more based people like that.
Neighborhood of Minneapolis. Do you feel more comfortable living under American law, or do you feel more comfortable living under Sharia law?
Sharia law.
I'm a Muslim. I prefer Sharia law. Sharia law, yes.
You prefer
I don't know why this is like such a controversial, thing to say. Like all these, people who get accused of being racist and like far right wing, they say if you import the third world, you get the third world. There's a reason why their countries suck. And then, yeah, sure enough, here's the fucking Somalian fucktards saying they want Sharia law. Like, why in the mother of a fuck would you want people like this in the country? Like, it's just psychotic.
Sharia law over American law.
Of course, yeah. Of course, yeah.
And do you find most of your friends
Somalia has more freedom than America. Okay, so why in the fuck aren't you living there?
feel the same way?
Yeah, of course. If you're Muslim, yeah.
He can make his daughter marry somebody.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can. He has the authority,
The authority to that.
Yeah, to do that. Yeah.
So here, how young do you think it's okay?
Yeah, 15.
Is it right to kill somebody who insults Muhammad?
Yeah, because she is just, she had the religion, I understand. But she shouldn't pick up the prophet,
So you understand why people would want to attack her?
Yeah.
If you had a choice, would you rather live here or would you rather live in the Muslim country?
I'd rather live in a Muslim country with my people.
Would you prefer to
Then why in the fuck? Then leave.
live in America or prefer to live in Somalia?
For me, I think it's Somalia.
I would rather live in Somalia.
I'm not Americanized. I just speak fluent, and I'm, you know what I mean. I'm articulate, and I can articulate what I'm trying to say.
Why are they here? Then why are they here? I don't understand. Like, what?
I mean, that's about it. But other than that, I mean, as far as my culture and my preferences and everything, it's still.
I remember when I was in high school, there was some dumb bitch in my fucking history class. And we had to do, like, presentations on, like, the country either we're from or our parents are from or something. And this fucking bitch from Saudi Arabia comes up. And she said, Saudi Arabia is the best country on earth. And I interrupted her whole presentation. And when she said that, I said, then why the fuck don't you move back there? And then the teacher accused me of being racist. And I said, how is it racist? Like, wouldn't you logically want to live in the best country? So what's racist about that? So, like, I asked the teacher, what is racist about pointing out any logical, rational human being would want to live in the best country on the planet? So if she's claiming Saudi Arabia is the best country on the planet, why the fuck isn't she living there? Then the teacher shut up, and I started having this big argument with this dumb bitch from Saudi Arabia in my fucking history class. And then she's like, oh, well, my parents made me move here. Oh, so you're planning on moving back? And then she's like, I don't know. I might stay here. Well, why would you stay here if you think this country sucks compared to Saudi Arabia? Does it have something to do with you liking freedom of speech? Do you like being able to drive a car? Do you like not being at risk of, like, getting gang raped and then murdered for getting raped, like in Saudi Arabia? And then she's like, I'm not gonna fucking talk to you about this. I'm gonna finish my presentation. Like, fucking, I don't know why the hell we let these people in the country in the first place. Like, there's something clearly wrong with the fucking screening process if these people end up here.
Somalia, you know what I mean?
Even though here you have all the freedom and stuff like that?
And even though I have all the freedom.
Do you think life might be better in Somalia than here?
Because now you have the freedom of it, of practicing your religion while working and doing your other things.
Jeez. Yeah, Trump might have had a point about the Somalians. For real. Jeez, that's crazy. Woman made a video on how everyone stares at her.
Being the prettiest girl in a restaurant means everyone is going to...
Whoa. Talk about fucking delusional.
stare at you.
Literally nobody looked at her. What the fuck?
Now, I bet you didn't know that there are only 9 non-human animal species that have passed the mirror test. Developed by psychologist Gordon Gallup Jr. in 1970 as a behavioral test for animals to see if they possess the ability of visual self-recognition, aka, when they look in a mirror, do they understand they're seeing themselves? The way that they go about testing this is actually by marking the animal's body with a certain type of dye in a location they can't see without a mirror. If the animal looks at themselves in the mirror and then touches, examines, or directs behavior to the mark on its own body while viewing its reflection, it is considered to have passed the mirror.
I don't know why the mirror test is still taken seriously by anybody. The fundamental flaw with the mirror test is that you're really just testing the ability for an animal to understand what a mirror is. You're not testing its ability to understand that it's its own individual and it can, like, understand itself as a concept. Like, that's not what it's doing. You're just testing whether or not it can understand what a fucking mirror is.
Test. Gallup first conducted this study using chimpanzees and found that unlike monkeys, they were able to recognize their own reflections. Since then, the only other animals that have passed the test are bonobos, gorillas, orangutans, dolphins, elephants, magpies, and most surprisingly, a small tropical reef fish called cleaner rat.
That's not true. Ants have passed the mirror test. And actually there's a lot of animals that have passed the mirror test. It's just that, generally speaking, within species, certain species just won't be able to do it, but you'll find individuals that can. So you'll be able to find, like, a cat that can actually pass the mirror test. It's just that, like, 99.9% of all cats can't. Same with dogs. Like, 99.9% of dogs can't. But you'll find, like, a 1 in a million dog that can. So it's not. There's also been insects that can pass the mirror test. This guy doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He probably just did a quick Google search. But yeah, there's a bunch of insects that can. I know there's a type of ant that can pass the mirror test. So, like, when you have a fucking thing where an ant can pass the test, but, like, a dog will generally fail it, like, are you really gonna fucking say an ant is more self-aware than a dog? Like, it's just stupid.
Pass. Now, I bet you didn't.
So, yeah, it's just fucking dumb, dude. These people are just fucking morons.
This is the so-called fort.
Why Russia won't agree to peace. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Blank donated $2. I think she hates Jews. Well, you'd figure.
Kirk had many generous donors when he was talking about surface-level social issues and truths that were mostly just divisive. But as soon as he starts to talk about Israel, where now liberals and Republicans are having similar alignment on, then now he's out of the public sphere, like, absolutely intentionally. And they did the same thing with JFK. The parties actually switched. That was the last time that the Republicans were liberals and liberals were Republicans.
Okay, so she's just crazy.
So they just don't want you to band together. They want to create confusion and point to the other party, obviously. I just feel like I have to say that because sometimes I talk to people and that's not even a possible registered option. So just gonna share that.
Okay, so she's a crazy anti-Semite, kind of like Frank Tufano. Oh yeah, we gotta check up on Frank. I don't know if he posted anything new.
Again the shrinking man in reverse him taking about that woman.
Yeah, kind of a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Every female fitness page I've seen, almost none of them teach women how to lift. It's mainly just thirst trap, OnlyFans shit. It's ironic how women complain about men sexualizing them. But the only way they get attention is by sexualizing themselves.
Well, no women are interested in actually learning how to lift. And very few dudes are interested in listening to women on how to lift. So, and chances are these women don't even know how to lift themselves. So, like, yeah, I mean, in order to make money, that's just what they're doing. Even even those chicks who are like, I'm never gonna make an OnlyFans because I don't want to sexualize myself. And then you see their posts on Instagram, how to do a proper barbell back squat. And then they're wearing like gym lingerie and like it's going right up their ass when they're squatting. Like it's all a game. It's all just a stupid game. Oh, damn it. Oh, I'm having a lot of gas. I don't know if Isaac's still using the fucking shower. Kind of want to take a shit. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Bigfoot could probably pass the Maya test if he was real.
Yeah, like Bigfoot's some kind of ape, so... Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Looks like he has some new ones that are nice and stupid.
You've been complaining the whole year about how expensive Based is.
Based Bodyworks is expensive because it's backed by corporate billionaires that control the media. And when they can force every single person in America to see their product, they're sure as hell going to have plenty of customers to buy it. Doesn't matter if it's 3 or 4 times the price of companies like mine, Frankie's Naturals, who sell better products with higher quality ingredients at literally 1/3 of the price, let alone the other thousands and thousands of dollars of small cosmetic stores that could benefit. Instead, you have these industry shill corporate jerk-offs that are making tens of millions of dollars off of overpriced products that are inferior, if not just overpriced, compared to the rest of the market. So we really have to stop supporting these people and try to...
Like, if people want something cheaper, they can find something cheaper.
Yeah, I was going on...
I don't know why he always complains about people who have more success than him. Like, the shit he sells just looks stupid. Like, if you see the labeling on his products, like, it's so dumb. And the name is so dumb. Like, Frankie's Naturals, like, who the fuck is gonna buy that?
On their page to find a video to respond to, and I giggled when Based Bodyworks had me blocked because I'm exposing these elite corporate billionaire jerk-offs who selfishly control the entire market because they own social media and the Federal Trade Commission has done nothing about it. I filed different lawsuits against different companies for this stuff. They just control it. They promote their videos. They make sure everyone in the USA knows who Based Bodyworks is. They overcharge crazy prices for their products. And all of the competition is shadow banned, censored, or just outright banned entirely so that...
By the way, this guy made over $5 million in gross revenue. So... he's shadow banned. Nobody can see him. Nobody knows who he is because the Jews that control the world are preventing him from making money. He took in over $5 million in gross revenue in 2024. Like, this guy is just so out of his fucking mind.
These elite corporate billionaires who own Based Bodyworks, not just one kid like they want you to believe. It's not one kid in his mom's basement making hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, they think you're gullible enough to believe that. That's how evil these people are and how little they think of you. There is no legitimate eye procedure that will objectively improve your looks. The top eye surgeon in the world, that botched me only has like 3 before and after photos that he shows on his website out of the thousands.
Then why did you get the eye surgery, you fucktard?
Thousands and thousands of procedures he's done. What does that say about the quality of his work and the procedures they're performing? And what people don't know and don't think about is that your eyes are in a fixed position in your skull. These eye surgeons are altering the soft tissue around your eyes. So you can't actually change your eyes with modern procedures. It's impossible. Just think about it. Your eyes are stuck like this, right? Okay, you're going to move the eyelids around. What's that going to do? You could spend all day moving your eyelids around your face, moving the soft tissue around. It's not going to look better. It's not going to look.
What's that thing? Korean eye lift surgery. The changes are pretty dramatic a lot of the time. Yeah, like here's one. Like, some of the changes are pretty fucking crazy when you see these plastic surgeries out of like Asia in particular. Like, these are some nutty glow ups. So you can certainly get some massive improvements from plastic surgery, but it's expensive and risky.
Look better. And the orbital procedure that I had done was what botched me. So modern oculoplastic surgeons, modern eye surgeons, they have no safe way of moving the eyes around. So how could they move the soft tissue around correspondingly to fix it? And the only good results I've seen are from minimally invasive implants placed around the area, which are also incredibly unsafe and also kind of 50-50. It could go either way. So it's a really difficult position to be in unless you have some deformity. And a lot of people will say this, oh, you know, don't get eye surgery unless you have some deformity, because your eye area would have to be so horrific or so terrible that any alteration to it would actually improve it. But if you're an average person or slightly above average person and you're trying to improve your looks, there's a very high probability that you will look worse after getting eye surgery. And it's not like, you know, the Korean eye surgeries and the double eyelid stuff they do, because that's a very simple procedure where, you know, they have a lot of skin covering their eyelids and they can remove it. Most people, you know, white people, European people, they don't have crazy amounts of skin covering their eyes. So it has to be some type of deformity or some type of unusual scenario where these modern eye procedures would actually make you look better.
Well, plastic surgery expert Frank Tufano letting us know.
Is Coke Zero healthier than regular Coke? How many Cherry Coke Zeros do you drink daily?
Yes. Artificially sweetened sodas are better for you than sugar-sweetened beverages. I haven't had any Cherry Coke Zeros in quite a while. I think usually when I do have them, it's 2 to 4. Thanks for the donation, though, Blink. Dodo, Donate Chillers, Frankie's Naturals, Frankie's Hand Crank Cookie Dough, who comes up with these stupid names. Also, you remember this woke commercial. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, Run Like a Girl.
first thing that comes. Like a girl.
Women suck at sports like they do run stupid. Yeah.
Like a girl. What does it mean to you when I say run like?
It really, if it's a.
It's fucking stupid. You already sent me that one. Literally nobody even looked at her and she's ugly as shit. The fuck is this? Is that like India or something? Why is everything so weird in other fucking countries? Holy shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Footage of Sean Diddy Combs in the days leading up to his arrest in New York last September.
You want to put the stuff in my fanny pack, King?
The exclusive video obtained by Netflix.
A chief could run better than those girls.
Yeah, Cheetah could run better. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Shows Combs debating with his lawyers about strategy.
Listen to me. I'm going to get off the phone right now, and I am going to let you professionals look at the situation and come back to me with a solution. No matter what, no matter what nobody said. Let's just here and there, y'all are not working together the right way. We're losing.
The footage is part of a new, highly anticipated docuseries by director Alex Stapleton and rapper and executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, titled Sean Combs: The Reckoning. Was there anything that surprised you when you were watching?
I think it was surprising that he actually filmed it.
It was very interesting to watch a man who's known for his brand presence. You know, he has a really amazing knack for marketing and all of that, and how he was sort of taking that into account and how he was coming off to the public.
The exclusive video also shows Combs in Harlem greeting fans.
Off my back, bro. Lord, you win. I'm gonna win. Lord, you win. We win it. I'll accept it. I need some hand sanitizer. Hold on. I got it. I've been out in the streets amongst the people. Yeah, I gotta take a bath. like the amount of people that actually I'm coming in contact with, like that's what I have to do. You know what I'm saying? Oh. It's like 150 hugs.
You're a public person as well, and there was one instance in Harlem.
Poor people are dirty.
And his reaction when those people
went away.
Got in the
car and said, I feel like I need to wash, like I'm dirt. That was, it shows you his character.
Was that the reason for including it?
Yeah. I mean, what's the odds that you would do that in front of the camera? Like that's.
Dude, one of the funniest ones was when O.J. Simpson was evading arrest, and he ended up stopping in front of his home, and the police were surrounding his house, and then there's like this big mob of people there supporting him. And when he finally agreed to just come peacefully and they arrested him, he told the arresting officers, "Why are there so many niggers in my fucking driveway?"
Fuck it, Chief Cubs can run better than those girls.
Yeah, they probably could since they're cheetahs.
All right, is this exciting or what? We're up here at the cat show. We're with Alicia Sampson with a couple of baby cheetahs. And
Ow.
Tell me about this. This one's Catherine.
Yep, this is Catherine. And these are about 7.5 months old right. They're learning just like the rest of our cats.
Oh my goodness.
It took them a little bit longer because, you know, they were in the nursery a little bit longer, but they're out here walking on a
playing
leash,
with
getting ready
dogs.
for school programs, doing events.
Oh my goodness.
Actually as well, and then separate the males and the females, but
right? They chase a lure, we do our show.
Is the stopping, not
Wow.
the chasing it necessarily, but the keeping with the lure, and so they'll be in this.
Those are nice cats. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo Nutillers, they are Indians getting samples of cardamom and bidding on it. Also VG. Watch these today. I don't care if you think it's boring or long or gay. You're gay, so I don't care.
We'd like to thank Henson Shaving.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Thank you to...
Okay, we'll save these for later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's one of the moments where he forgot he was on tape.
How do you respond to people who say that it's more about the disdain that you have for Sean Combs than it is for giving the victims a platform?
What they consider a pre-existing beef, right, for 20 years, right, is me being uncomfortable with him suggesting that he takes me shopping, or I looked at it like he was, like it was like a tester, like maybe you'll come play with me, type of thing, right? And it's not personal.
I think it's important to also let people know that the show is not completely the perspectives of people that did not like Sean. We weren't trying to just get the highlights, the salacious details, you know, that the real goal was to storytell. And if not everyone needed to have an allegation to be a part of this project.
The 4-part series also features 2 jurors from Combs' trial who are speaking for the first time about how they reached their mixed verdict, finding Combs guilty of 2 prostitution offenses, but clear of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, both sharing their thoughts on the relationship between Combs and singer Cassie. Juror 75 describing them as 2 people in love, and Juror 160 saying in part, domestic violence.
She wanted his money, and she was willing to tolerate a lot of bullshit for the benefits of his money. It's always, like, that's always what it is, so, yeah. She knew exactly what she was doing.
Wasn't one of the charges. Cassie, is she a victim in all this?
I believe Cassie's a victim in all this because she came in as such, she's like 18, like 19 years old in the very beginning. After a while, over time, you condition for it.
The goal of what the film is trying to do is to let the audience kind of come in to ask questions like, were their decisions colored by certain things, and who got the benefit of the doubt, you know, in that courtroom?
Do you think that hip-hop culture was on trial as much as Sean Combs was?
Look, if I didn't say anything, you would interpret it as the hip-hop is fine with his behaviors. There's no one else being vocal. So you would look at it and just say, because that mind the business, or let me not say nothing about nothing, or those things, it would allow the entire culture to register as if they're for that.
If Sean Combs watches this, what do you think he's going to feel?
Like, wow, this is amazing. I think he's going to say this is the best documentary I've seen in a long time. Because you'll see people saying that. I mean, he may feel a different way about pieces and bits of it, but he knows the truth. I think he'll see the truth in it.
I gotta watch that.
Fortress Belt, one of the most fortified parts of Ukraine. Located in the eastern Donetsk region, it is among the most coveted pieces of Ukrainian territory that Russia has been trying, but so far failing to capture since 2014. But a proposed peace plan put forward by the Trump administration would hand control of this territory to Moscow, something that Kyiv has previously said it cannot accept. The Fortress Belt runs for roughly 30 miles along the western part of the Donetsk region. It's made up of 4 major cities and the surrounding areas along the H20 highway, a crucial supply line for Ukraine's armed forces. The 4 cities were briefly seized by Russian paramilitaries in 2014, but were taken back by Ukrainian forces who have been building up defensive positions ever since.
These cities have remained.
Dodo Donatello, should women be allowed to be jurors? Yeah, I guess. Like, there's a juror screening process. if they're able to pass the juror screening process, I don't see an issue with it. Also, when it comes to jury selection, both the prosecution and defense, they kind of have to negotiate which jurors they allow on the stand. So it's not like just a bunch of random people, show up on a jury thing. If I ever were to go, be criminally charged with something, I would probably want as few women as possible on the jury. Chances are. Especially considering the types of crimes that I'd be most likely charged with. Just because, they're fucking stupid, woman-brained, they think guns are bad, they get emotional, and I just don't, I don't think I come off as a particularly sympathetic person, so, for me personally, if I were to ever have to be judged by a jury, I think I'd preferentially prefer either mostly men or all men on a jury. Thanks for the donation, though. Oh, wait, would you be comfortable if you had a trial and there were female jurors that will be impartial? Everyone's going to have their own set of biases. I think the types of biases that women tend to have would work against me if I were defending myself in court. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And a critical defensive point for Ukraine
your dog there?
Over the course of the war. We know that in 2024, Ukraine spent more than $1 billion on defensive fortifications in total. The east of the country, Donetsk region, has been the focus of the fighting for since the beginning of the war. So we can safely assume that a large proportion of that was spent in this area.
I got a cat on me. It's a nice big cat.
Decade of effort has turned the territory into a Ukrainian stronghold made up of a network of trenches with anti-tank ditches, rows of concrete pyramids known as dragon teeth, barbed wire and minefields.
They've created huge bands of fortifications that are aimed at preventing the Russians from advancing, or at least making the Russians pay a very, very heavy price for any inch of territory that they are able to take.
As well as being heavily fortified, the cities in the fortress belt are protected by their topography.
The terrain in this area is more elevated, which is beneficial to the defender. It's much harder for the Russians to advance.
Analysts say this elevation is what makes these cities such a prize for Moscow.
Behind these fortifications, Ukraine's territory is flatter, and it'll be much easier for the Russians to advance and much harder for the Ukrainians to defend.
Being able to take the cities in the fortress belt would likely allow Russia to seize the entire Donetsk region. While Moscow controls most of the territory, it has struggled to occupy the remaining 30%. But the peace plan proposed by the Trump administration involves Ukraine ceding this land to Russia, opening up the territory beyond the
Yeah, I saw Andrew Tate was planning on having a fight.
region should the Kremlin decide to keep on fighting.
There's absolutely no way that Ukraine could give away this territory. Russia has had to fight so hard for it. It's much more easily defensible territory than the territory behind it.
On the battlefield, Russia has been inching closer to taking control of the region, recently claiming Pokrovsk, a town to the south of the fortress belt, something Kyiv denies. Pokrovsk has endured more than a year under siege.
If, redacted, gets your nigger ass charged with rape. For, well, raping her. Which you pretty clearly admitted to non-stream about 4 times. Which people have clipped. Lol. You wouldn't be comfortable with female jurors? What you did was worse than Diddy.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Ukraine claims Russia amassed over 150,000 troops for the final assault on the city, which had a pre-war population of just 60,000.
And this is a testament to how difficult it has been for the Russians to advance. Russia has all but abandoned using armored vehicles to advance, because as soon as they do, they can be so easily targeted by explosive drones. They're advancing on motorbikes to try to move They're advancing on motorbikes.
Pretty sure those are KLRs.
To try to move quickly and be more
That looks like a Chinese something.
difficult to target.
Some of those are just Chinese.
They're trying to
pieces of
get
shit.
1, 2, 3 infantrymen into villages, into buildings, into basements, then building up their presence there and trying to move on to the next building.
Analysts say both sides have suffered staggering losses, but control of Pokrovsk would be a big gain for Russia.
It would allow Russian President Vladimir Putin to continue to claim that Russia is advancing, that there's nothing that can stop the Russians. This is very important for his negotiations with President Trump.
With talks ongoing, Kyiv is now pushing to adjust key clauses of the Trump administration's initial proposal, with officials fearing that handing over this land won't stop the war.
Zelensky has frequently said, according to the Ukrainian constitution, he cannot simply give away land. He also said that if Ukraine were to give anything away, Russia would never be satisfied. Russia didn't start this war to take over an extra 20 to 30 kilometers of the Donetsk region. What Putin is interested in, as he's openly said, is destroying Ukrainian nationhood. He wants to take control of Ukraine, which he doesn't believe is a real country. He believes that Ukrainians are Russians, and he wants to force Ukraine to submit.
I don't know why this just... Europe and the UK are just so cucked. They could end it tomorrow if they just got involved in the war. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see.
Canada's cooked, by the way. What a shithole country, man. Yo, Toronto? Toronto is done. My brother went there this summer. He said he was in Mumbai. Problem is, Canada, especially Toronto, is filled with what? Liberal white hoes. What do liberal white hoes do? They go pursue an education. You know what they're not doing? They're not having kids. They're fucking aborting them. You know who is having kids? Thank you. Come again. And then you guys are about to get a bunch more Somalians, too. Y'all are cooked, bro. Canada's cooked.
Well, that's the funny thing. We might not get a huge influx of immigrants because it's too expensive to live here. So, like, the housing costs are just ridiculous. Even rent has gotten pretty out of fucking control. So, when a lot of people are thinking of moving here, they end up just not because it's too expensive. So, that might delay the Islamic invasion. I don't really care too much if Indians come here, but like, yeah, the Somalians, Pakistanis, Afghans, Syrians, Iraq, like just all the Muslim countries, you know. It's just way too expensive to live here, so a lot of them aren't moving here. It's mostly Indians, for whatever reason, that seem to keep trying. But yeah. I know Carney is trying to reduce rent prices, not housing, but rent. And again, that has to do with the whole foreign worker thing. It's all horseshit. Yeah, our country is just being run by fuckwits, dude. Complete fucking assholes. Gigliardo, donate $2. How much to mod Aaron P and Dominus? I don't know if they're ready for that responsibility. And besides, this will be my last stream because tomorrow I'll have won the 70 million in the lottery, and I'll never have to work again in my life. Thanks for the donation, though, Gig.
Don't you worry VG, soon that worthless island will be underwater once the polar ice caps melt.
I think Canada is too high of an elevation. I don't think that's really a risk, at least in my area anyway. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I gotta take a shit. Oh. Cat. He's a cat. Okay, I'm gonna go take a shit. I'll be right back. I have olives with red pepper stuffed in the middle. I am going to periodically put an olive in my mouth and eat it.
He openly endorsed and glorified the murder of 2 Israeli embassy employees in a Washington, D.C. shooting. So the timeline of that was in May this year, a gunman named Elias Rodriguez murdered 2 employees of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., reportedly chanted Free, Free Palestine. Now, you didn't want to appear as part of the panel, Guy Christensen, so we'll get their reaction after I've spoken to you. But it's very hard to not conclude that you were anti-Semitic. I mean, you were actively supporting an attack on 2 innocent people in Washington, D.C.
I'm sorry, how is that anti-Semitic? Elias Rodriguez was a natural reaction to genocide.
Well, no, you're actively supporting somebody cold-bloodedly murdering 2 civilians.
They're not civilians. They work for the state of Israel.
Well, they are civilians. They're not in the military.
They work for the state of Israel and they advance the Zionist project on behalf of the state. I think that's criminal.
So any diplomat anywhere in the world is fair game for you?
I mean, it's fair game for Israel.
Right. So, but that's anti-Semitism, isn't it? You're targeting them because they're Israeli diplomats.
No, they're not. That is not the same as being Jewish. In fact, I think neither were Jewish. One of them was Christian, and the other, I believe, was atheist, and they did work for the state of Israel. So I stand by what I said. I do not condemn that.
Being a Jew is an ethno-religion, so yeah, Judaism is a religion, but it's also an ethnicity. So when people say that, they're deliberately being dishonest. Oh, it's obviously not Jewish hate because they're not practicing Jews. So if I was anti-Semitic, like again, the Nazis didn't care if you were a practicing Jew and you converted to Catholicism. They just cared about your ethnicity. So it's just retarded. Here's a cat. See this cat? See how big he is? See how big Gum Gum is? This is a big Gum Gum. It's very nice and gummy. Yeah, I love how gummy my gummy is. Yeah, you're really good and gummy. So good and gummy. You've got such a big cat head. Oh my goodness. Look at your cat head. That's a cat. It's a very good cat. Oh. Chris donated $3. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Appreciate it.
And spec king of Mrs. Rachel VG, guess who defends her?
Hi!
Oh, it's Anti-Semite of the Year. If you guys don't understand, for this special occasion to congratulate Mrs. Rachel on her nomination.
Wow, what a surprise. Dumb bitch Jacqueline Glenn, who supports the animal holocaust, is now complaining about a non-existent genocide because she's an anti-Semite. And yeah, wow. Like, we all know this. What this bitch did. We all know what this bitch did. Like, I love how they all fucking play dumb. Oh, she was just saying, like, protect all children, and she loves all children. Like, yeah, sure she did. Right. So what about the fucking kids that were killed and kidnapped on October 7th, right? Nothing to say about that. So, yeah, bullshit. Fuck these people. Like, we all know Jacqueline Glenn is just a fucking dumbass. Like, she's just an actual useless fucktard. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Gum Gum is a cutie pie. Donated $5. Let me see.
Welcome to Glute Camp. Today I'm going to show you 3 glute mass exercises you can do with 1 heavy dumbbell. So, numero uno is a goblet squat. You're going to hold the dumbbell up to your chest and perform a nice deep squat. This is an incredible glute mass exercise. You can get super low, and the advantage to the dumbbell is it's not spine loaded. The second exercise,
it is spine loaded,
is a wide sumo RDL, where you're going to cup the single dumbbell with 2 hands, keep slight bend in the knee, and hip hinge all the way down to get the nice stretch on the voluptuous torta.
You can see the whole fruit bowl here.
As you drive up and through the glutes, it's fantastic. And the third glute mass exercise is a dumbbell low loaded squat. This is where, once again, you're cupping the dumbbell in between your legs and you're driving up and squatting. Another superior glute mass exercise that's super safe on the back, and it's all in the glutes. So,
yeah, that's not very good exercises that women do. Thanks for the donation, Gum Gum is a cutie pie.
What did she do exactly?
She spread coded anti-Semitic messages, basically saying Jews are evil, and we need to protect the children of Palestine because Israel is killing children. That's basically what she did. And again, she didn't say that word for word. It was all coded so that she has plausible deniability. And it's like, that's not what I meant. I just said protect all children. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's Soul Child. He's a fucking asshole.
Right. But, Piers, I hope you know that we have a... Do you know what the ACLU is? I hope you do.
The what?
The ACLU?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, of course. We have a case going on suing over the fallout from this.
Right.
Because I was being smeared as violent, inciting violence, celebrating this murder, none of which is true. And we're going to...
He was celebrating the murder.
Win this case.
Well, I think you. Well, I mean, look, I don't want to preempt your case, but when you say when you say this murderer was not a terrorist, he's a resistance fighter, and when you restate your belief that the shooting is being used to weaponize violence against Palestinians, but we will meet it with our own greater resistance and escalation. Clearly,
why does resistance happen?
People will see that as a direct threat against other civilians.
Why do you think resistance happens?
And it's not resistance, it's terrorism. When you cold-bloodedly murder people in the street in DC as a response to a war that's going on in Gaza, that is terrorism.
It's reaction to the genocide. He couldn't bear it anymore.
No, it's just cold-blooded murder. That's what it is.
It's murder. I agree with that.
You agree it's murder?
Are they not killing children?
I don't
agree. Anyone... I agree it's murder.
Okay,
obviously.
so then he's a terrorist then, right?
No, he's not a terrorist.
What is he? He's a murderer.
Reacting to the genocide.
I hope this kid just gets his ass kicked.
And to think people have the nerve to compare this woman to Mr. Rogers the fuck.
She's fucking dumb. Like, just annoying as shit. I don't know what fucking parents are okay with their kids watching that dumbass. But yeah, she's just an obnoxious, annoying fuckwit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Yeah, sure, he's a murderer.
And he's murdering.
But I'm not going to condemn him.
Do you accept he was murdering for? Do you accept he was murdering for?
He couldn't bear watching torn apart Palestinian children.
Sorry, wait a minute. Do you accept that he was murdering for political reasons?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, then that's a terrorist. That's literally the definition of a terrorist. You don't even know what terrorism is, do you? Well, guy, I'm sorry, and it's not funny. With all due respect, you obviously have no idea what the word terrorism means. That is literally the definition.
The word terrorism means
when you murder somebody for political motivation.
So no counter-argument as usual from you, just whine and say I'm not answering that. What else is new?
Yeah, because nothing I say to you changes your opinion. You're just a fucking retard, and I'm not going to waste my time with fucktards. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Just like the word anti-Semite means nothing when they give it to someone like Miss Rachel.
You've literally just called him a terrorist, having denied he was a terrorist. Right. You've literally just said. Sorry, Guy. With respect, let me speak. Let me speak. Just to be clear, when I said to you, "Did he murder these people?" you said yes, and when I said, "Did he do it for political reasons?" you said yes. That is the definition of terrorism, and yet your response at the time was, "He's not a terrorist. He's a resistance fighter." And I put it to you. You have now admitted he's a terrorist.
No, he's a resistance fighter.
Yeah,
it's very clear.
Resistance fighters are not
The Palestinian
terrorists.
resistance is not terrorists. They're resistance fighters.
But he murdered for political reasons. He's a terrorist, by your own definition.
I mean, October 7th happened for political reasons. I don't understand what this gotcha is. It's not really a gotcha. Terrorist resistance
It's not a gotcha. I just don't think you know what a
them.
terrorist is.
No,
So when
we
you
have
say he
different names
wasn't a
for them,
terrorist, actually, literally, he was a terrorist. He was waging terror by murdering people for political reasons. That is terrorism. You don't know that, do you?
No, it's a reaction to genocide.
Well,
And
you
I condemn the genocide.
That's not what you
And
said
we
in
need
your
to get rid
answer.
of the genocide, or else we're going to see more attacks like
People
this.
are going to watch
because
this back and go, hang on a
people are
second.
watching
You said he
the
wasn't a terrorist.
You know, it's always the usual suspects, just gay twinks.
Also Soul Child, who cares if the children are killed? Those children are Nazis, they deserve to die.
Yeah, fuck them. Like, who gives a shit? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, the olives are good.
Hey VG, just a heads up, I went 150 years in the future. Adult Swim revives you and forces you to react to clips. They call the show Robot Monkey. It's a great show.
Alright. Looking forward to that. Thanks for the donation, E-Nation. Yeah, it's always these gay, weak, fucking beta males. Always. And I'm sure this dipshit watches TikTok. That's where he gets it from.
Terrorist, but he murdered two diplomats.
Stand seeing it any longer. So of course things like this are going to happen. We must end the genocide, so we end all of the violence that comes with it.
Right.
You know, this genocide is poison on the world.
So now you've established he committed an act of terrorism. Do you condemn it?
No, I do not condemn it. I stand by.
So you support terrorism? What's funny about that?
Because that's not what I said.
You've supported somebody who murdered people by your own admission for political reasons, by your own admission, who committed an act of terrorism. Literally, that is what terrorism is.
I did not think it was useful to condemn him because it's a reaction to the genocide.
So you don't condemn terrorists?
I don't. What this is a gotcha. I don't condemn.
It's not a gotcha. You're gotchaing yourself.
Resistance. I don't condemn.
You've literally admitted.
Great, whatever.
He murdered people for political reasons. That is a terrorist. And so you support terrorism.
Resistance fighter. He's a resistance fighter.
But you admitted he's a terrorist.
I didn't admit he's a terrorist, Pierce. Can we move on?
If somebody murders someone for political reasons, they are a terrorist. Do you not know that?
He's a resistance fighter, Elias Rodriguez.
But he murdered people for political reasons. That's what you told me.
Yeah, I believe he murdered them for political reasons.
So he's a terrorist?
No, he's not a terrorist.
You're very confused, aren't you, Guy?
No, I'm not confused.
You are. You're very confused because you don't seem to understand what a terrorist is. So it's not surprising that you're confused about whether you should condemn it or not.
Do you believe the Palestinian resistance fighters are terrorists? All of them. Pierce.
What was that, sorry?
Do you believe the Palestinian resistance fighters are all terrorists, Pierce?
I think all the ones that invaded Israel October the 7th were terrorists, yeah.
Okay, so you cannot resist the occupation, the domination, the genocide, and apartheid.
There's no occupation, and yeah, murdering innocent people, bad. Like, you could maybe make some sort of defensible argument if they had only targeted the IDF. They literally just tried to kill as many people as they possibly could.
This kid must be getting a big-ass paycheck if he is willing to lie and play dumb this long. Ian Pierce's show lol. It must be enough for him to retire when it's all over.
Wouldn't surprise me if some Chinese billionaire was giving him money for some of this horse shit. So, yeah, I mean, they're all motivated by something. A lot of them are getting cash out of this horse shit, so yeah. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Terrorism is terrorism wherever it happens, whatever the reason, it's terrorism. They
Okay,
3,000
terrorism means nothing.
3,000
Just
Hamas
like the word
terrorists
anti-Semite.
invaded Israel and committed mass murder. It was an act of grotesque terrorism. Anyone who says differently is defending terrorism.
Piers, most of the people they murdered were Israeli war criminals, IDF soldiers.
Actually, most of them were civilians, innocent people. And they
That's
kidnapped.
not true.
They kidnapped a baby. They kidnapped Holocaust survivors. It was disgusting and an act of brutal terrorism.
Do you condemn the
and your
thousands of
attempt
Palestinian
to
hostages Israel holds
justify
right
it
now?
and defend it is actually making you
Do you
complicit.
condemn
Why do they say Israel has hostages? They have prisoners. Like, yeah, if you commit a terror attack against Israel and you get arrested, you're a prisoner.
Any thoughts on the company Nucleus IF?
I don't... Nucleus IFV? I don't know what the fuck that is. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Philosopher.
terrorism.
Do you condemn Israel for holding thousands of Palestinian hostages right now?
I've condemned
Americans?
Israel for many things in this war. Yes. I'm happy
Do you
to
condemn the
condemn.
genocide?
I'm
I'm
happy
not
to
sure if
condemn
you
both
pulled it out
sides.
yet.
What I find I'm really struggling with is a lot of people have ideological views they spew out, thinking they know something about
It's
the
just
situation.
humanity versus evil. That's
yeah,
what this is about.
I know, but
It's
then on
not
the
ideological.
other hand, you think it's fine to murder innocent people in the street in DC for political reasons, which is an act of terrorism. You think that's fine?
Piers, I don't.
So don't
Piers, I
preach to me.
encourage
Don't
it.
preach
I
with all
wouldn't
due
want it to
respect.
happen.
Do not preach to me
Piers,
about
listen.
humanity when you have zero humanity about the
That's not
victims
true
of
at
that
all.
terrorist attack.
I can't believe you would ever say that.
Well,
Piers,
your humanity is
I
only
do
one.
not encourage that.
Your
and I don't want it
humanity
to
is
happen, as I
one-sided.
said.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it was, contrary to the.
Hopefully people like Mrs. Rachel get kidnapped by Bigfoot and are eaten for lunch.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. If only we could communicate with Bigfoot. That'd be great.
Movement. As you understand, I was worried about it sparking or being used to justify a crackdown. So why would I encourage it or want it
You
to happen? How
literally
dare you say
said we
that
will
to me?
meet it with our own greater resistance and escalation.
Do you know what I advocate for on my platform?
I know what you're advocating for on my platform.
So you don't.
You're
The answer is
defending
you don't.
political murder, which is terrorism. Literally, that's what you're doing. You just don't realize it.
I know. I just didn't condemn it. That's all, Piers. That's a reaction to
So you
genocide.
don't condemn
Simple as that,
terrorism.
and I stand
Just
with
to,
what I
one
said.
last time, to be clear,
I don't
you
condemn,
accept,
and I will never.
you accept it
ever
was
condemn
politically
the
motivated
Palestinian
murder,
resistance.
but
How
you don't
dare you
condemn
say
it.
that 2 years into this genocide? This is disgusting.
Okay, but just to be clear, one last chance I'll give you. I don't need another chance. I'm not going to
You've
condemn
admitted
it was politically motivated murder, which is terrorism. Do you condemn it?
I do not condemn it.
Okay. Guy Christensen, thank you very much. Let's go back to the panel. Well, I don't think he showered himself in glory there, did he, Jake Donnelly? Because he seemed to have no concept of what terrorism is. He literally admitted the guy had committed an act of terrorism, politically motivated murder, but wouldn't condemn it because he doesn't think that's terrorism.
If anybody on my side performed that poorly, I would ask them to get off social media and never be a voice for my side ever again. And I think it's actually phenomenal.
Soul Child donated $2. Oh, that's great. Keep sending me worthless bullshit. I don't care.
Hilarious that the guy committed, honestly, career suicide just now because he did his own fake death hoax when he was back in high school. So you know what? It's the second time.
You know,
that guy
let me bring Anna
has
in. Look,
destroyed
Anna,
himself.
the thing is, I thought that was pathetic, that interview. This is a guy who doesn't even really understand what the word terrorism means. So, all right, he's what he is. But I can understand why somebody like him would be on that list after that interview. I don't understand why you are. I've never heard you be, to my mind.
Yes. So Pierce clearly doesn't watch enough Young Turks. They were literally promoting this, ancient anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Not that dumb bitch Anna again.
Yes, again. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. They were promoting that fucking ancient anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that the Jews did 9/11. So, yeah, I'd say that's pretty anti-Semitic. And again, if you just watch their whole like show long enough, they basically make the argument that Israel has no right to defend themselves and they should just get murdered. Like, I don't know why everyone's like, well, they don't actually say that. Like, just read between the lines. Like, when they fucking say Israel had no right to invade after October 7th, when they say they have no right to conduct any military action against Hamas because Hamas is using human shields, like it just adds up to, like, it just logically adds up to Jews don't deserve to live and they just have to be okay with getting murdered. Ugh.
It's funny how Dodo is calling civilians Nazis when the Zionist regime, including Netanyahu, has been quoting from Hitler. Plus the IOF are literally using the same tactics that the Nazis use on Palestinian civilians and hostages. History is repeating itself.
Thank you for the retarded nonsense that you made up. You're an idiot. At least, you fucking morons give me money.
If you don't get in the coffin, you're an anti-Semite, says Netanyahu to Americans.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Which philosophical text has the better ethical framework, the Torah or the Talmud?
I don't know, I didn't read either. I'm not Jewish. Thanks for the donation.
Anti-Semitic. I don't think Miss Rachel is anti-Semitic. I think she was probably ill-advised to platform Motaz Azaza. I can accept that criticism of her, but her statement seems pretty unequivocal to me. You know, my view is anti-Semites don't hide it. They're quite happy to be anti-Semitic.
They don't.
They're quite happy. They're quite happy to say they hate Jewish people, right? I mean, it's a bit like all
the smart ones hide it. Like this guy who's interviewed Tucker Carlson. Like crypto-fascism exists. I mean, you have Tucker saying the UK never should have fought Germany in World War II. Like, you're telling me this guy isn't a fucking Nazi?
these things. It's like proper racists don't hide it. They're quite happy to.
No, they hide it. There's racists that are smart enough to know that they have to hide it and gaslight people.
Say they hate people because of their skin color. Proper homophobes don't hide. So this is why I hate these tags being applied to people when they're making legitimate criticism of government.
Pierce is an actual fucking idiot, dude.
Or institutions or whatever. There's a world of difference. And if someone says emphatically, I'm not anti-Semitic, I have no problem with Jewish people, then I don't know why we wouldn't believe them, unless they've said things to the contrary.
Well, Pierce, let me give you an analogy, because I think this will help you kind of understand my worldview and how I grew up, how I was raised. So I'm Armenian, at least my heritage is. Both my parents are Armenian. And growing up, of course, we spoke about the Armenian genocide. And I've heard all of the stories. I know what happened to...
I love how she works for a network called the Young Turks. It's just great.
My ancestors in the Armenian genocide. And when I was in 5th grade, for the first time in my life, I met the first Turkish person, a Turkish student by the name of Tanya, who, came to America and was one of my classmates. Because I knew about what happened to Armenians in the genocide, I started...
Dodo to New Tillers, looks like the anti-Semites are out in full force tonight, VG. At least they give you money, yeah. At least I am getting shekels from it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Bullying her. And I got sent home. And my parents, they're a little old school, so corporal punishment is not frowned upon. But my parents basically told me, they're like, what you did is disgusting. Hating someone simply because they're Turkish is wrong. And what you have to do is look at the system, the government, the entities that carried it out. You can't blame it on the entire Turkish population. This is just a little girl, and what you did is wrong and hateful. In fact, you're lowering yourself to the same type of thinking that the genociders had engaged in. And I kept that lesson with me throughout my entire life. So when I had an opportunity to work at the Young Turks, and I knew that even Cenk Uygur, okay, who I love and respect, did not acknowledge the Armenian genocide, I had a decision to make. Do I hate this man and just write him off? Or do I engage in conversation? And throughout the years, through the debates we had,
she's so full of shit. Anytime she debates the Israel-Palestine conflict, she will scream and yell and just constantly filibuster so that the other party cannot get their point across. And then she'll just like moralize the entire time. You're okay with murdering children, wah. Like, she's so full of shit.
he absolutely...
If a Palestinian eliminates a Nazi, is that considered a hate crime or terrorism? If not, then how is it not the same when eliminating Zionist when they all have the exact same ideology? Or you're just going to call me a retard and ignore my question? Lol.
Palestinians are literal Nazis. They idolize Hitler, and Palestinians since the 1930s were working with the Nazi party. The Mufti was trying to convince Hitler to invade Palestine so that they could kill Jews. He was also helping them recruit for the SS. Like, you're a fucking idiot. Why are there, like, is this just, like, dumb trolls? Or are there actually people who are so stupid that they pay me money to ramble about anti-Semitic nonsense?
Absolutely changed his mind, realized he was wrong, now acknowledges the Armenian genocide. But the point that I'm trying to make with that is you have to judge people as individuals. If you don't do that, then you are guilty of the same hate, the same racism, the same Islamophobia that the current Israeli government is engaging in. And so I refuse to let people win and turn me into a hateful, disgusting bigot. That is not who I am. I know who I am in my heart, and I'm always going to speak out against injustice, including the injustice of 2 embassy workers getting shot down in cold blood.
Right.
No one should refer to that as freedom fighting, period.
That is terrorism, and I think he admitted it without even realizing he admitted it. You know, some people on this list, Stu Peters, for example, in January 2024, said the gas chambers, the crematorium so often discussed, they were destroyed at the end of World War II if they were ever there in the first place, and questioned the official death toll of the Holocaust. That is anti-Semitism. When you deny the Holocaust, when you try and suggest that these gas chambers and crematoriums may never...
So he should have no problem with Tucker Carlson then. He's a Holocaust revisionist.
I think you need this as your thumbnail again, Niggard. It'll keep away the anti-Semites just like the Annette C. Bear Circle in SpongeBob.
I don't know, I think that might attract more of them. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Never have been there in the first place. You are genuinely, in my opinion, anti-Semitic and thoroughly deserve to be on that list. But the other names on there, I think, devalue the credibility of this list, and that's just the people I know about. Thank you all very much for the debate. I appreciate it.
Man. Thank you, Piers.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple...
It's hard to deny that the lobby goes to enormous lengths to skew American foreign policy in a pro-Israel way. This includes people like Alan Dershowitz who work overtime to suppress any discourse that's critical of Israel, critical of the U.S.-Israeli relationship, or critical of the lobby.
I'm about to speak to Alan Dershowitz. Do you have any message for him?
He'll know exactly what to say.
I am not a lobbyist for Israel. I'm not a member of the Mossad. I am an American, a loyal American.
You're very aware there have been these ongoing rumors about Epstein.
Having an exchange with somebody who I knew and somebody who was pro-Israel doesn't prove either that I did anything wrong or that he had a connection with the Mossad.
Almost 20 years ago, John Mearsheimer published a paper and then a book called The Israel Lobby and US Foreign Policy. It's now considered to be a seminal text on the outsized impact of lobbyists and think tanks who skew US foreign policy in Israel's national interest and not their own. Professor Mearsheimer and his co-author were, unusually for two unassuming academics, hit with a barrage of negative media stories and accusations of anti-Semitism. Leaked emails now show that one of the people colluding over these talking points to discredit John Mearsheimer was, along with his lawyer Alan Dershowitz, none other than Jeffrey Epstein. The question, of course, is why? Well, for his side of the story and what he believes Epstein's motives were, is renowned international relations scholar Professor John Mearsheimer. Professor Mearsheimer, welcome back to Uncensored.
This guy's a fucking fraud. This dude is, I'm pretty convinced, he's getting paid by somebody to promote pro-Russian propaganda.
Glad to be here as always, Piers.
I'm going to get to what I was just referring to in that intro in a few moments. But first of all, just a couple of things I wanted to discuss with you. First of all, this almost unprecedented request by Prime Minister Netanyahu to his own president, Isaac Herzog, for a full pardon involving these bribery and fraud charges that have been brought against him, for which he's been standing trial.
No, Mike Israel's fucktard. I think he deserves all the hate he's getting.
Albeit with multiple pauses because of the ongoing war in Gaza. What do you make of this?
Well, I think that Netanyahu faces two big problems. One is a national commission that looks into who's responsible for October 7th, and he wants to avoid that like the plague. And then there's this trial that's going on where there is a lot of evidence that he's guilty, and he wants to...
Zionism is the belief of returning their own homeland, having it right to exist. Nazi is a National Socialist party that believes Germans are a super race and spread hateful rhetoric of Jews controlling the economy or something. So how is it the same?
These people are just dumbasses, dude. I don't know if they're being serious or just trying to piss me off and rage bait, but yeah, they're just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Kill Bill. Oh, I got some cold weather grease for the Ural so that I can grease the drive shaft. And the grease should be appropriate for the colder weather that we're experiencing now. Penis.
Got that down for obvious reasons. And President Trump has...
You know, it's kind of been unseasonably warm so far. Usually by now it would be like a fair bit colder here. But it's been like usually just like -1 most days. Not like super cold. Like obviously at night it gets colder, but yeah, tomorrow's gonna be -8, -11. Okay, it's starting to get a bit colder. And like Wednesday is going to be 0. Yeah, some days dipping to -10. I'm glad it's not like super ridiculously ultra cold like -20. That shit sucks dick, dude. Fuck that shit. Feel me? Fucking winter. Well... Hopefully, if I do enough crystal meth, it'll, fly by.
They're only saying this shit VG because they hate white people and to them the Jews are considered white.
That's definitely part of it. It's part of it, but not the full story. They hate Jews more than just normal white people. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Has on a number of occasions said that Netanyahu should be pardoned. And by the way, he's making the argument that he should be pardoned before he's even found guilty.
Right.
And
get your G1, become a cager like the rest of us. Yeah. You know.
Now, the president of Israel himself, Isaac Herzog, has been asked to pardon Netanyahu. And I read Herzog's statement on the issue, and I think he understands that if he pardons Netanyahu, he is playing with fire. This is not to say that he wouldn't do it. But if you purport to be a democracy like Israel does, you have a deep-seated interest in making sure that people pay attention to the rule of law. And given that Netanyahu has been charged and this trial has been taking place, it seems to me that any self-respecting democracy would want to see the trial play out and see whether there's a conviction or not before you get a pardon.
Yeah, 100%, totally agree. The other very contentious thing that came out of the weekend about the situation in Gaza, it was actually on the West Bank, actually. This was video emerging that showed Israeli security forces shooting dead 2 Palestinians who had, apparently, from what we saw on the video, surrendered in the occupied West Bank. And after they had surrendered, they were then ushered back into this area they had come out from and were shot dead, which many think was a breach of the Geneva Convention, which was a clear execution, therefore a war crime. Israel says it's investigating. But what did you think of that?
Well, I find these cases hardly surprising at all. After all, Israel has been accused.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Hey, you thought I wasn't gonna see that. Fuck you, dipshit.
Hi Richard, I've been addicted to eating oranges. I've had 12 today. Should I chill out on my orange consumption? Is there anything bad about eating a dozen a day? How many daily oranges do you think I could get away with without having negative effects?
I think you'll be just fine. I don't know what the limit is with orange consumption. I don't know how many oranges you need until you overdose. But I think you'll be just fine. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
Lol, you mean the Mufti that the mandate British elected, not the Palestinians? And the Mufti as in just that one Palestinian, not all of them, because they fought alongside the Jews against the Nazis? You still haven't answered my question. How is it different?
Oh my god, you're actually, like, nothing you said makes any sense and is even remotely grounded in reality.
Accused of waging a genocide in Gaza. And genocide is the crime of all crimes. And all sorts of people believe that Israel is committing a genocide. A large number of human rights groups have investigated this issue and have concluded that genocide is taking place. The UN has set up an international commission to investigate it and has come to that conclusion. Prominent scholars, including Israeli scholars, have come to that conclusion. So for a country that's committing genocide in Gaza, it's hardly surprising that they're shooting innocent civilians in the West Bank. I mean, it's just the way the Israelis operate. There's just nothing surprising here at this point.
Oh, yeah, it's just what Israelis do. Okay, well, why don't we talk about what Palestinians do? Let's see. They just stab and murder innocent people randomly. They set up IEDs. They plant bombs. Like, they fuck each other's cousins. Like what? So we're calling, like, Israelis savages because, like, here and there you might occasionally see stories of the IDF doing something wrong. But we're gonna ignore all the horrible shit that Palestinians do? Like, fuck this guy. What a fucking idiot.
Just turning quickly to Ukraine. A lot of stuff going on here. A lot of push.
Is there anything wrong with teens taking GH to increase their height and size to be greater than their natural limit? The amount of growth hormone you would need to take to increase your height would be well beyond what any teenager could afford. So there's no fucking chance in hell you'd ever find any teenager being able to afford enough growth hormone to be able to actually have it affect their height. I think the standard dosing is like, what, 10 IUs per day? Something like that. It's pretty high. What's the dosing?
You've comfortably criticized both Islam and Christianity in the strongest possible terms. Why, then, your defensiveness regarding other Abrahamic faiths? Love you, BTW.
I think you might be retarded.
Tionton, I think this clip perfectly sums up what you just said.
.48 milligrams per kilogram per week. Generally recommended. Daily dose 0.067 milligrams per kilogram. So what is your, like, average teenager weigh? Like maybe around 150 pounds? So that would be like 70 kilos? 70 times 0.067. So that would be, yeah, that would be over 10 IUs per day. That'd be like 12 or 14 IUs. So that would be remarkably expensive. With the growth hormone that I'm getting off the black market, I'm spending $450 a month for 5 IUs. For replacement doses to actually accelerate height, you're looking at like around 10 IUs or more. So I don't know what teenage kids are going to be able to afford about $1,000 or more worth of growth hormone per month for like several years to actually affect their height by several inches. Like, it's just not happening. It's kind of stupid. Yeah, so make it make sense. The question you asked me makes no sense, and I think you're an idiot. I never defended any Abrahamic religion.
Why is Judaism the only religion immune from criticism from you exactly? Like what the other donor just mentioned. You're happy to criticize literally all other religions but won't say a single word about Judaism even though it is very fucked up.
Judaism and Christianity are like literally the same things. They... like very slight differences, but they're practically the same thing. And nobody cares about Judaism. No one's converting to Judaism. Jews don't even want you to convert to Judaism. Jews aren't going out and trying to convince people to be Jews. It's kind of a weird religion where like they really only care about their in-group. So there's just never situations that I'm in where I really ever have to criticize Judaism. The only time I generally do is when, like what, circumcision gets brought up, and you have like people like Ben Shapiro who are Jewish, but then they'll like, you know, complain about children's genitals being mutilated, and obviously that's hypocritical for him. It's really the only time I ever really have to. But no one cares about Judaism. No one's converting to the religion. Jews don't even believe in Judaism. They're basically all atheist. Even the ones that go to fucking church. It's really just a cultural thing. But you're a fucking idiot.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Okay, a simple wrong would have done just fine, but
you remain one.
Yeah, that was in response to Tun. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
From the Americans to try and get a peace deal. Do you think there's any chance of a peace deal?
There's no chance. And the reason is that the Russians have a series of demands that they view as non-negotiable, that neither the Ukrainians nor the Europeans will accept. And in fact, if you look at the Ukrainian and the European position vis-a-vis these Russian demands, they're on the other side of the dipole. They disagree almost completely with what the Russians want. So I don't see any way that President Trump can get a deal that satisfies both the Ukrainians and the Russians. And I would note to you, Piers, that President Trump came up with, or his administration came up with, this 28-point plan. And there were many complaints that the Ukrainians and the Europeans had not seen the plan, and they were terribly unhappy with it. It was dead on arrival. And it was obviously a Russian plan. I think that's wrongheaded. In fact, the plan, the original 28-point plan that was leaked, was dead on arrival for the Russians as well as the Ukrainians and the Europeans. And what the American negotiators...
He's lying. It was proven to be a Russian plan.
And this is Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff were trying to do, was they were trying to sort of find a middle position that would satisfy both sides. And they couldn't find that. And they couldn't find it because it's not there to be had. And this is why this war is ultimately going to be settled on the battlefield when one side or the other wins.
There's also mounting speculation that President Zelensky may lose.
By the way, this is like the most dishonest way of framing things. Oh, the Russians have certain things that they just... can't come to a compromise on. They're literally planning to invade again. They want Ukraine to demilitarize, and they want to keep all the territory they gained and more. They're like asking for more territory than they actually captured. So, like it's just fucking retarded.
Lose office because of what's been going on with his number two, who's just had to resign over mass corruption allegations. Would that change the dynamic at all if that was to happen?
No, I don't think so at all. I think, first of all, with regard to events on the battlefield, which, as I said, are really crucial, I don't think getting a new president or keeping Zelensky in power matters one iota. Now, one could argue that you'll get a new president who's interested in reaching a peace agreement with the Russians, and that new president in Ukraine would go to great lengths to accommodate the Russians. I think this is extremely unlikely. I hope it happens, but it's not going to happen, in my opinion. And
oh, yeah, I hope, the fascist dictators get what they want. Like, how is this guy taken seriously by fucking anybody?
The end result is that whoever replaces Zelensky will not look very different from Zelensky in terms of his willingness to wage the war.
Let's turn to what I was talking about with my intro. This is it's sort of an extraordinary situation. I want to tee it up for viewers by explaining the sort of background to this, which is that in 2006, there was a working paper, The Israel Lobby and US Foreign Policy, published in March of that year by the Harvard Kennedy School. It became the basis for a book published the following year. The book was an analysis of the impact of pro-Israel advocacy and lobbying groups on the US political system and the role of organizations like the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, in shaping US foreign policy towards the Middle East. And there was a furious and almost instantaneous backlash, very unusual really in the world of academia at the time. A wave of news articles describing the authors, of which you were one, as anti-Semites, the Anti-Defamation League weighing in to announce what they called an anti-Jewish screed. The pressure became so intense that the Kennedy School removed its logo from the paper and added a disclaimer distancing the institution from its arguments. All this is with the backdrop of ongoing rumor mill that Epstein was in some way an Israeli asset, maybe even employed by Mossad, which has been roundly denied but continues to be fueled as a rumor. And against the backdrop of that, it becomes a little more credible to believe it. So first of all, your reaction to these emails that have come out, which reveal what was going on at the time between Jeffrey Epstein and Alan Dershowitz.
Well, I certainly knew at the time that Alan Dershowitz had us, me and Steve Walt, in his gun sights, and he was doing everything he could to smear us. I had no idea that he was cooperating with Jeffrey Epstein in that endeavor. I don't think I even knew who Jeffrey Epstein was in 2006 when the original piece came out in the London Review of Books, or even in 2007 when the book itself was published. But I'm not surprised at all now that I've seen a few of the emails that Dershowitz and Epstein were cooperating with each other to smear me and Steve. I mean, after all, they were good friends. Dershowitz was Epstein's lawyer, and both of them are individuals who have a passionate passionate attachment to Israel and will go to enormous lengths to defend Israel no matter what. So in a very important way, it's not surprising at all that Epstein was cooperating with Dershowitz.
Do you think there could be merit to the rumors that Epstein was more heavily involved with Mossad, with the Israeli government at the time?
Oh, sure. I mean, we have to wait and see. We have to see all of the emails and all the evidence that comes out when the Department of Justice releases the files. But a number of people who have seen big chunks of the files say that one thing that strikes them is the extent to which Epstein was involved with Israel and Israel-related matters. There's just no question that there is a deep interest in helping Israel in all sorts of ways on Epstein's part. But exactly what that means, especially with regard to the Mossad, is impossible to say, given the evidence that's available in the public at this point in time.
Do you think the central tenet of your argument in that paper holds water today? Is it better? Is it worse? Do you think that these issues have exacerbated or been reduced?
Well, the fact is, Pierre, that when Steve and I wrote the article and then the book, it was one of the first times that anybody exposed the lobby in a very public fashion, in a way that garnered a lot of attention. And it was easy for people to slander us at the time because so many people didn't know much about the lobby. And one might think, therefore, that what we were saying was overstated or preposterous, however you want to put it. But now, given what's happened, especially since October 7th, it's hard to deny that the lobby has awesome power. And it's hard to deny that the lobby goes to enormous lengths to skew American foreign policy in a pro-Israel way. The basic argument we made in the book is that if you look at the United States' relationship with Israel, it's a relationship that has no parallel in modern history, or to put it differently, no parallel in recorded history. The United States supports Israel unconditionally, especially with regard to the Palestinians. Almost no matter what Israel does, we support Israel hook, line, and sinker. So the question is, why is this the case? Is it for strategic reasons? Not at all. There's no
like, again, this is the most dishonest horseshit. We'll support them almost no matter what they do. Well, what are they doing? Not like nothing that would go against the United States interests, ethics, nothing. So like, what utility does that phrase, almost anything, like, what does it have? He's just full of shit.
Strategic case to be made for our support for Israel, especially for unconditional support. Is it done for moral reasons? Heck no. Look at the fact that we're supporting the genocide in Gaza. That's not in our moral interest. So then the question is, why are we doing this if it's not strategically or morally smart to do? And the answer, of course, is because of the power of the lobby. The lobby, and this includes people like Alan Dershowitz, work overtime to suppress any discourse that's critical of Israel, critical of the U.S.-Israeli relationship, or critical of the lobby. And for a long time, they were very successful at that. But those days are long gone now. And the basic argument that we made in the book looks pretty obvious to most people at this point in time, in ways that it certainly did not when the article first came out and the book came out earlier in time.
Do you think, I mean, the polls suggest that there is increasing antipathy from many Americans to this ongoing relationship with Israel, as you put it, unconditional. Where do you think that leads?
Well, there's no question that Israel is in real trouble. And if you look at how Prime Minister Netanyahu has been reacting, he's desperate to figure out a way to change Israel's image in the West, especially in the United States. But if anything, all the movement's going in the other direction. Before October 7th, most of the criticism that was out in the open of Israel came from the Democratic Party. It came from the left-hand side of the political spectrum. That's all.
Thanks for the comprehensive response, VG. I only asked because you call Islam barbaric and Jesus a beta faggot but rail against anti-Semitism. Thanks for clearing up the apparent asymmetry. Love the work.
Anti-Semitism doesn't have anything to do with criticizing the religion of Judaism. So again, anti-Semitism is a thing that's against ethnic Jews. It doesn't really have anything to do with the Jewish religion. It's about ethnicity. Thanks for the donation, though, Em.
change now. You're getting all sorts of criticism from the right-hand side. People like Steve Bannon, people like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and even Charlie Kirk before he was killed was clearly moving in that direction. So you have this problem that inside the MAGA base of the Republican Party, there are a substantial number of people who have become profoundly critical of Israel. And I would imagine that with the passage of time, their numbers will grow. And the numbers of people on the left who are critical of Israel, their numbers will grow as well. So this is a colossal problem for Israel and its supporters here in the United States.
And at the same time, I think there's no doubt you're seeing a rising amount of overt anti-Semitism. You know, some would blame the Israeli government for the actions it's taken that's been fomenting that, but others say that this is a genuine issue, that more and more people are becoming genuinely anti-Semitic. Would you agree with that? When was the last time you truly trusted the seafood you brought home? I used to second guess everything: nutrition, taste, sustainability, and provenance, until I found Wild Alaskan Company. And I'm thrilled.
I agree with that. I think the charge of anti-Semitism is oftentimes used so loosely as to make the term almost meaningless. I think that when people call me and Steve Walt anti-Semites, this is a laughable argument. We're not anti-Semites. We're both philo-Semites of the first order. We're critical of Israel, critical of the lobby, and critical of the U.S.-Israeli relationship. And by the way, many Jews are critical.
This guy's just pro-fascism.
Of Israeli behavior, and they're critical of the lobby. And I would also note to you, Piers, that almost all of the people who defended us when the article...
Oh, yes, the good old, well, I can find pick-me Jews. Fucking idiot. Ninja, please, when we tell our zoo what the fuck kind of steroids make you lactate black stuff.
Yo, why? It's doing it again. It's doing it again, bro. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
what
that's
is
fake.
that, dude? What is that shit? Okay, I seriously need to stop taking. It's actually fucking leaking.
Yeah, that's fake. You don't
Yo.
leak black shit out of your nipples. So that's fake. Thanks for the donation, Ninja, please.
And the book then came out were Jewish. Almost all of them were Jewish. However, having said all that, there is no question that there is evidence in the body politic of real anti-Semitism, of hatred of Jews, and of arguments that say Jews are different than other people, and Jews are evil, and so forth and so on. And I do believe the great danger is if events in Gaza continue, if events in the West Bank continue, and the lobby continues to operate the way it's been operating since October 7th, which is to say out in the open, engaging in smash-mouth politics, we could have a major crisis in terms of rising anti-Semitism here in the United States.
Yeah, we already watched Frank's shorts, the ones he uploaded today.
States, and even in Europe as well. And this is deeply worrisome for sure.
I'm about to speak to Alan Dershowitz. Before I go to him, do you have any message for him?
No, not really. I think he'll know exactly what to say in terms of what I've said here. He has a rich history of smearing me and Steve, and I'm sure he'll be as good as ever, which is not very good in my opinion, at that endeavor.
Did you feel that the smears damaged you?
That's a tricky question. I mean, we're two tenured professors at two of the greatest universities in the world, and there was no way that his smears could get us removed from those positions. At the same time, there's no doubt that it had an effect on our careers. I mean, Steve was the academic dean of the Kennedy School at the time that the article appeared. And anybody who knew Steve, and I think you could ask Larry Summers about this, who knew Steve well, because he was the Harvard president at the time, thought that Steve was a first-order administrator. He was terrific, and that he would have been at least the dean of the Kennedy School and probably would have been the provost or the president of a major university. But that never happened. I mean, not only was he never dean of the Kennedy School, there's a program for security studies called the Belfer Center inside of the Kennedy School. And Steve, amazingly, has never been asked to be the head of the Belfer Center. So in terms of Steve's professional administrative career, this had devastating consequences. And I believe, I don't know if he'd agree with me, that he would have liked to have been dean of the Kennedy School. He should have been dean of the Kennedy School. He would have been a superb dean, but that was ruled out of bounds once he wrote the lobby article. I didn't have those kind of ambitions at all, so it had no effect on me. I was just interested in being an intellectual or an academic, and so it didn't have that effect. And there were just all sorts of other consequences as well. We had all sorts of talks canceled then and since then, and all sorts of opportunities to make money or to be invited to give talks or participate in big events are not open to us because we're viewed in some circles by a handful of people as anti-Semites.
Professor Mearsheimer, fascinating stuff. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Piers.
Well, listening to that, as I said, is Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, the author of the new book, The Preventative State, Alan Dershowitz. Alan, welcome back to Uncensored. What's your reaction to what Professor Mearsheimer said there?
Well, I'm glad we're having an academic civil discussion of this. I had challenged both professors Walton Mearsheimer to debate me at the Kennedy School, to debate me at the Harvard Law School, and they have declined. I wrote a 200-page analysis of their book, an academic analysis. It wasn't a smear. It was a very cogent, line-by-line dissection of their arguments and disproof. And they could have easily tried to respond to it by writing a 100-page or a 50-page rebuttal to my 200-page rebuttal, but they didn't. So smear is not the right word. This was an academic dialogue, an academic discourse, and I think there were multiple sides to it. People took different sides. It was very seriously considered, and I was honored to participate in that. I am not a lobbyist for Israel. I'm not a member of the Mossad. I am an American, a loyal American who strongly supports the American-Israel relationship the way many Christian Americans do and many Jewish Americans do. And I thought the book was misguided, and I thought it was ill-advised, and I thought it was wrong on its facts. And so I did what professors do. I responded to it in the marketplace of ideas. I never tried to shut him off in the marketplace. What I wanted to do was debate him and discuss it with him and get both sides of the issue out there. But they categorically refused to have any debates or discussions with me. Instead, they used the word smear to describe a multi-page analysis. That's what professors do, and that's what they should do. So thank you for having me on.
Just random vids, only $2. Let me see.
There's shrimp fried rice. If you're this slow, I'll finish it myself. Move! Ow! All right. My fault. Take your time, chef.
That's good. This is original law. Are you from Japan? Because I'm trying to get in Japanties. Yeah, that's not a good one. Michigan is fighting back. Oh yeah, Dearborn.
Dearborn, Michigan, for the March Against Islamification. We will not let our country fall and become like London. We will stand strong against these Islamic invaders. These jihadis will have to go. Christians in America, you
Dearborn
need to
is
stand up
gone.
before your daughter.
Dearborn, Michigan is absolutely fucked. The Muslims there are trying to do really retarded, fucked up shit, like banning non-Muslims for even being able to buy homes there. I think the governor blocked them from doing that. Is this proof? Hey, that's a nice butt. Proof you have free will, or proof she's a dumbass? She eats eggs, so clearly she's stupid. It's got a nice butt, though. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Did you cover Destiny's vegan debate? You mean the one he had like 2 months ago? Yeah.
To allow me to at least participate in this kind of a debate. I'm not sure whether you asked him whether he'd be on to debate me one-on-one, but there is no such debate here. So you're giving me, thank you, an opportunity to respond to him. I would welcome him responding back, and then me responding back. Maybe you can have us back and we have a real debate. But that's what academics do. And to call one side of the argument a smear is to diminish it in its importance. And it also has the effect of diminishing the original book in its importance. This was an important book, and it deserved an important response. I purported to do that. By the way, I sent it to hundreds of people. Jeffrey Epstein was just one of them. I wanted to get the widest possible circulation. I sent it to every member of the Harvard Law School faculty. I sent it to all my friends in the media. And Epstein was one of the people I sent it to. I was his lawyer at the time, and he responded, as many others did, by saying, I'll circulate it. And he circulated it, and many others did. And ultimately, I put much of it into book form, and the debate continues to this day.
I mean, I guess the awkward part of this is that we've only just learned about this through more leaked emails from the Epstein files, and we haven't got them all yet. And what people are saying by way of criticism is that they think it's inappropriate for you, notwithstanding the fact you were Epstein's attorney at the time, to use him to promote a clearly very pro-Israel piece of, as they would put it, lobbying.
Well, I'm proud of having done that. I circulated it to everybody I knew who had access to the media, and I would continue to do that. At the time, of course, Epstein hadn't been convicted of anything.
3 sit-ups, please.
Oh, fuck. My stomach is too full. I'm gonna have to do that later. You're gonna have to wait like 30 minutes or something. Thanks for the donation, number 1.
Yes, there had been suspicions and rumors and charges. I was his lawyer, and I sent it to, as I say, everybody who could help me circulate it, and I'm proud of that, and I will continue to do that. That's what academics do. Today, you'd put it on Substack or you'd put it on Twitter or X, but that was before that existed, and so what I did is I circulated it to everybody that I knew to please get the story out there as much as possible.
But as you know,
them to respond to it. That's what academics do.
No, sure. But the point I would make is that you're very aware there have been these ongoing rumors about Epstein and whether he had a bigger relationship with the Israeli government or indeed or the Mossad through this period. And you're a smart guy. You'll know that this kind of exchange would lend to those who have read those rumors. They would think this is a little bit more credible now, because here he is clearly taking an active role in wanting to disseminate information which is very supportive of the Israel position at the time.
Yeah, but this was done at a time when nobody was making that allegation. I have direct firsthand information. Before I was Epstein's lawyer, back in the 1990s, I was writing a book called The Genesis of Justice about the Bible, and I was in Israel on a sabbatical. And Epstein called me. He was in Paris. He said, I've never been to Israel. Can you come to Israel and arrange a lunch with me with 4 or 5 of Israel's smartest people? So I did. I arranged a lunch with the president of the Israel Supreme Court, the dean of one of the law schools. We had a lunch. Then we took a walk to the shuk, and he saw an IDF shirt, a tan IDF shirt. And he said, oh, boy, I'd love to have that. And so I bought it for him for, I think, $6 or $7. And he put it on, took a picture with it, and then people began to circulate the rumor that he must be on the Mossad because he was wearing a $6 T-shirt of the Israel Defense Forces. But we have to get the chronology straight. When I wrote that email to Epstein, and by the way, I want all emails out. I've never tried to suppress a single email. I'm proud of all my emails. I want them all out there. I don't know what they will say. I don't remember. But having an exchange with somebody who I knew and somebody who was pro-Israel doesn't prove either that I did anything wrong or that he had a connection with the Mossad. Now, I did represent the Mossad once as a lawyer when 3 or 4 Mossad agents were arrested in Cyprus. The head of the Mossad at the time asked me if I would help represent these people, and I did, and I helped them get out, and I have a beautiful letter from the former head of the Mossad saying, I'm hoping for a day when my job is not any longer necessary, and maybe I can do your job being a professor. So I have, pretty good knowledge of the Mossad, and I put the issue directly to the current head of the Mossad and the former head of the Mossad. There's nobody in any position of authority who reasonably suspects that they would have ever gotten Jeffrey Epstein on board to be a Mossad agent.
You say you're proud of every email that you've ever written, but you also say you can't remember what they contain. Are you not?
I can't remember.
But are you not a little bit apprehensive about what may else come out in these leaks?
No, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong ever in my life sexually. I didn't know or have any contact with the woman who accused me. So from day one, I said, send it all out. On the first day I was accused, I had an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. I don't think anybody's ever had an op-ed like this in history.
3 more sit-ups. Don't be a pencil neck, get to it.
Yeah, we'll do it in a bit, okay? I, just finished eating. Thanks for the donation, E-Nation.
Urging the FBI to investigate me and saying I would waive all of my lawyer-client privileges, all of my privacy privileges, because I knew I did nothing wrong. Now, did I tell a bad joke sometime in an email? Who knows? Who remembers 25 years ago? But I live a very open and moral life.
Yeah, I wasn't really talking about you, actually.
I might be surprised that I said certain things, but no.
I was actually going to ask you specific, not about you, actually, but whether there could be more emails pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with Israel, with the Israeli government, or otherwise.
I'm sure there are. I know that after much of this happened, he began to develop an economic relationship with Ehud Barak. I actually was at his house one day when I was his lawyer and giving him legal advice. And on the blackboard in his dining room was a map of a peace plan. And I asked him what it was. And he said, oh, that was drawn by Ehud Barak with his own hand. And he didn't erase it because it was, Ehud Barak's peace plan. So, yeah, I'm sure there'll be emails relating to Israel. And I'm sure there'll be emails relating to, a wide variety of subjects. I mean, I had emails with him relating to Einstein. I gave him a book once for one of his birthdays or something about notes that were not published about Einstein. He was, before he was ever accused of doing anything wrong, he claimed to be a serious intellectual. And so we had intellectual exchanges with some of the most prominent professors at Harvard. When he had these seminars, he would have them once every month or every other month. There would be people at these seminars who I'd been on the faculty, for example, George Church, I think his name is, who decoded the genome. I had been on the same faculty with him for 25 years. I'd never met him, but Epstein brought us together. So, there are a lot of academic connections. And the most natural thing in the world would be when I think in several of my books, by the way, before Epstein ever got charged, I actually acknowledged him in the acknowledgments for reading the text and giving me feedback. So it would be the most natural thing in the world for me to send him my article, which was going to be part perhaps of a book ultimately, and ask him for not only his feedback, but ask him to circulate it as widely as possible. Proud that I did it, happy that I did it. I would do it again, not knowing what I know now about Epstein. I wouldn't have included him, but I'm in the process of writing my 60th book. I just sent it to the publisher today.
2 sit-ups. Okay, we'll do 8 when I can fucking sit up, okay? Thanks for the donation, number 1. Oh, Jesus.
3 more sit-ups added KKKKKKKKKKKKKK.
Okay, we're up to 11 now. Thanks for the donation, Andrew.
My 60th book. Every one of those books I send around to my friends, my associates, my former clients, my clients. I ask them for input, and the input is very valuable. And I also, when the right time comes, ask them to circulate it to as many people as possible. That's the way word gets around. You know, that's the marketplace of ideas. And I participated in the marketplace of ideas with Walton Mearsheimer. Walton Mearsheimer refused to participate in the marketplace. They wouldn't respond on the merits. They wouldn't get involved in a debate. I urged them to do it at the Kennedy School. I flew out to the University of Chicago. I offered to fly to the University of Chicago.
Well, I will try and
do it.
I did try and bring you together for this.
Please.
Professor Mearsheimer opted not to do a debate with the two of you together. I'm going to try and persuade him to do it. I think it'd be fascinating. I've got to leave it there. Alan Dershowitz, thank you very much.
Well, thanks for doing it, and let's have a debate.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much. Here's Morgan on Sense.
Mearsheimer is a lying fuckwit, so he's never going to agree to do a debate. The guy is just dishonest, lying fucking idiot. Totally full of shit. One of the biggest bullshitters on the planet.
Case I've been following because I find it interesting. Hello and welcome to Runkle of the Bailey. One case I've been following because I find it interesting is Ethan Klein and his lawsuit against several content creators as well as the H3 Snark mods. Now, Ethan Klein runs H3H3 and his company is TED Entertainment Incorporated.
Chuck Destiny's recent debate at Yale debated veganism. Is it like... Is there any point? Like, isn't it going to be the same thing again where he just bullshits the whole time or bites the bullet on killing retards? Like, I don't really care. I've already heard it all.
And what happened here is that he created essentially a copyright trap. He made a video that he knew people would steal.
Free Palestine daughter or Minnesota Somali son. I have no idea.
And he put it out there, and then they stole it, and then he sued them. But not only that, they did it in the dumbest possible way, because they were openly boasting about how their intention with stealing it was to deny him views, and thereby to basically annihilate their own fair use defenses. So they really screwed that up, and it's been something to watch so far. Now, we've got a recent development, and that is that there's a stipulated dismissal against one of those content creators, that being CaseyTron. Now, I saw that stipulated dismissal and I immediately went, ooh, and I was like, I am so clever. I can read between the lines. I can see that this means she's flipped. So I recorded a whole video going, hey, this is my theory and I'm so clever. And then it turns out that she has also now put out a video that confirms that. So my whole I am so clever thing, well, I was right, but now I'm predicting the past and it doesn't really look clever. So now I'm re-recording the video. We're going to go through the stipulated dismissal and we're going to use this as a bit of an opportunity to talk about the benefits of settling. Because sometimes you can get things from settling that you wouldn't be able to get even from winning the lawsuit, even from like the most crushing win that's ever happened, where you just annihilate the other side. There's still some things you can't get that you might want. So let's have a look at this. Okay, here is the stipulated dismissal, and it's TED Entertainment Incorporated, that's Ethan Klein's company, versus Casey Cavanis, who is publicly known as CaseyTron, and Does 1 through 10. Now, Does 1 through 10 are the Reddit snark moderators, and they should be a little more worried than anyone else here. All right, so what they have here...
Dude, I don't know how the fuck anybody watches CaseyTron. She's fucking ugly. Like, and not like the kind of ugly where it's like, you know, they're just ugly, you know, what are you gonna do? They're the kind of ugly where it's like, it's uncomfortable to look at them. You know what I mean? There's only a few people on YouTube and shit that I've seen that are like so ugly they're uncomfortable to look at. Barnacles is one of them. There's also that fucking dude who is on Linus Tech Tips who came out as trans. That fucking super morbidly obese dude. That, like, I literally couldn't watch any Linus Tech Tip videos with that dude in the video. Like, it's just so gross. Like, so it's rare, like, you know, but, like, CaseyTron is that kind of ugly where it's, like, uncomfortable to look at her. And then to make things worse, she just, like, smokes weed and just hacks up her lungs constantly. So you're just seeing this overweight, ugly woman just coughing endlessly. And it's like, who the fuck watches this?
Here is that Ethan Klein and defendant Casey Cavanis, CaseyTron, through their undersigned counsel, hereby stipulate that this action be dismissed as against CaseyTron only, not as against the snark mods, without prejudice, And they request that the court retain jurisdiction to enforce the settlement between Klein and Caseytron. And the reason why is because there's ongoing obligations specifically on Caseytron. We're going to see that. So in further support of this stipulation, they state, so date of filing, date of answer, December 1st, they reached an agreement to settle. Settlement agreement, although confidential by its terms, it's confidential by its terms, but as you can see, or as you'll see in a minute, there's a whole lot of information we can learn. Includes a provision which remains to be performed. We're going to see what that is. Well, I can just tell you. It's that Caseytron appears to have flipped. She is going to be cooperating with Ethan Klein, and she is going to be assisting him with respect to going after the H3 Snark mods. So if you're one of the H3 Snark mods, today is a good day to have some backup pants, because they're coming after you real hard. Ethan Klein appears to be real mad at the Snark mods. And you might be saying, wait a minute, they're just Reddit moderators. How can they be in trouble?
The Snark mods are fucking pieces of shit.
Well, the thing is that when people were talking about we're doing streams to deny Ethan Klein the views, the moderators appeared to be in full cooperation and support. So, whoops.
They seem to have also promoted doxing him, too.
So, thus, as part of the settlement agreement, Klein and Cavanis and Caseytron agreed to stipulate to dismissal as set forth herein, but also to request that the court retain jurisdiction to enforce the terms of the settlement agreement. All right, so it has been dismissed without prejudice, which means it can still be brought back, and I suspect that the terms of the settlement are probably...
Drink some coffee to wake up. We need you to do a 24. If I donate 500, will you do a 24? You know what? I think I would be willing to do a 24-hour stream if you gave me 500. Like, I'm not training, so I basically got the week off, so I'd be willing to. Haven't done one in a while, so.
Probably that it was dismissed without prejudice.
I've also just finished watching all the Stranger Things episodes. Gonna have to wait until the end of the month for the last couple to be released.
But if she fails to cooperate, if she fails to do what she's supposed to, then they can just bring it back as against her and proceed from there. So let's have a little.
A girl in my gym has anime level boob jiggle and always walks in front of me on between sets. How do I avoid looking and being a creep? Why would you not want to look? Who gives a shit what she thinks? Yeah, bro. Just go up and talk to her. Like, fuck cares. If you like her tits, just talk to her.
Little look. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're going to, well, I'm going to watch the whole thing, and then I'm going to probably cut bits out, but we've got Caseytron's apology. Now, one of the things I want you to note as she does a public apology here is that it is very clear that this public apology is something that is required from the settlement and that it was reviewed by counsel. This is going to be pretty common when you've got a public apology, but it's pretty clear that she was given, like, they probably negotiated, but that she's got, like, exact language to read. And you can sort of infer that. And again, this is my inference here, but you can infer that from when you watch her. Her eyes are off screen. She appears to be reading from a page, like a script. And she gets dog walked through this. Like, it's pretty bad. So let's have a look. Here we go. And if you're wondering, like, why is there the Windows Media Player stuff in there? That's actually in the original. That's in what was uploaded. So here we go.
Weird.
And by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. I want to begin by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not.
So part of my suspicion here is that she may have pre-recorded this whole thing and sent it to Klein and his lawyers for them to review before she uploaded it. Because, you know, this went on Twitch, and Twitch is normally like a live presentation kind of thing, and here it's just roll tape. So it may be that this entire video was sent to them for their review and approval. That's, again, a guess, but it's a fairly educated guess here.
Not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins.
So one of the things you cannot get from a win is this kind of apology. And not only do they make her apologize, but they really dog walk her through everything. Like,
Caseytron was one of the original Twitch e-girls. So did she just get fat and ugly, like, later? Yeah, she used to not be hideous. And then she just got fat and clearly stopped caring about how she looked. And now she's just some, like, gross pothead. Yeah, just land whale now.
Like, all of the allegations that she's made publicly, you know, she's got to eat crow. She's got to... And the thing is, it's probably the smart move for her to do this, because I don't think she had a great case, and she was about to get just crushed. So yeah.
This lawsuit has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection, people's copyrights, and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators.
Now, you can get the sense that a lot of this is probably Klein's voice. He's like, stop stealing my stuff. And he's making her say, yeah, I screwed up. And yeah, I mean, one of the things that is kind of an issue in this whole lawsuit is the notion of like reaction streaming and so forth, because there's a difference between actually doing commentary. And, you know, one of the complaints I frequently see when I do commentary is just roll the full video, like roll it from beginning to end. And it's like, no, that's not how this works. You've got to actually offer something. And there's a lot of people online doing videos where they do like a reaction, and their reaction is basically they just roll the original thing, but their face is on screen. And that's probably not what the case law protects.
Or you have Hassan, who literally just goes to the bathroom and lets the video play.
The case law protects more
chair react streams,
sort of, you know, transformative commentary where you actually have thoughts that you're adding onto this. So, Casey Tron appears to be learning an expensive lesson, but she's probably going to end up okay. She appears to have made the smart call, which is pulling the ripcord and getting out of there. But it's bad news for the H3 Snark mods. And I mean, if they sort of thought that she was somebody to be trusted, maybe not so much, because when the going gets tough, she will sell them out.
And I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going forward. I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hassan Piker.
This is another thing that Ethan Klein could not possibly have gotten as a result of winning the lawsuit, is to have Casey Tron, like...
Yeah, quinoa's okay.
Publicly dunking on Hassan Piker. And the thing is, I think that what she says here is honest. That's my interpretation of it, and it doesn't speak well for Piker. But honestly, I'm not a fan of Hassan Piker. I know there'll be some people... My interpretation.
Wait, did she say she got paid?
I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hassan Piker.
Okay.
What she says here is honest. I'm not a fan of Hassan Piker. I know there'll be some people in the comments going, why not? And I mean, it's not the dog thing. I mean, the dog thing doesn't help, but it's other things. So I guess if you're really curious, hit me up on one of the live streams and, you know, throw a super chat and I'll answer the question. But yeah, it's a whole topic.
Hassan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like...
Hey, I'm totally on her side. And with his hojillions of dollars, what does he do when she's in trouble for picking his side? Precisely nothing. Yeah, with friends like these...
He wanted to receive credit from the public for him helping me without providing any. As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the clients. The funds will not go...
So this is for two purposes. One, Ethan Klein, I'm sure, wants to make sure that she doesn't profit from this, right? That she, from the infringement that was alleged, that she doesn't come out ahead. And so it's like, okay, now he is actually doing her a solid when he's like, okay, I'm going to let you pay your lawyers out of this, right? I don't want to financially flatten you. A lot of people don't like Ethan Klein. He's a controversial figure, but he is doing her a real solid by letting her back out here and doing so where he's like, yep, I will let you pay your lawyers out of that money. I don't want to crush you financially if you're doing the right thing and, you know, taking responsibility and all of that. So he could have been a lot pettier. And I think a lot of people in his shoes would have been. So
to anyone else, including Denims or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits.
If Denims or Frogan want to get out of a lawsuit, they probably have to make their own hostage video just like this one.
For the record, I have agreed to cooperate with the clients in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream.
That is, you know, when they said that there's an ongoing term that has yet to be completed and that the court has to remain, you know, has to retain the authority to deal with, that'll be the term. And I thought I was so clever spotting that from the, you know, from the filings. And then there's a public video where she just out and out says it. And I was like, all right. But yeah, H3 Snark mods are now is a good time to like move to move to Mongolia to live in a forest or something. Because, yeah.
To the extent that I am able. I will offer my support, including testifying under oath to everything I have just stated, to help their cause. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge.
I mean, he would have been able to get her under oath in the lawsuit, but getting her under oath as a cooperating witness is a great thing to get out of the settlement.
Other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited online. For example, weaponizing the death of Asmongold's mother was.
And again, he just gets to, like, this is the humiliation march that he gets to walk her through and gets to just, and he knows this is going to be.
Yeah, I just heard that Netflix bought Warner Brothers Studios. It's probably a good thing because Warner Bros. Was basically running themselves into the fucking ground, and NetherRealm Studios, the people who make Mortal Kombat and shit, I'm pretty sure MK1 sucked so much ass because Warner Bros. Wanted more money, and they made them shorten the development time of the game and made the microtransactions fucking ridiculous. So now that they're getting owned by Netflix, hopefully the next NetherRealm studio games are going to be good. And hopefully they can make some new Batman games that are good.
Be clipped. She's got to know that this is going to be clipped. And, that people are going to say, well, anytime somebody wants to criticize her for bad behavior or whatever, they can pull this up and they can say, look, you're admitting to it. Again, this is the real advantage of a settlement sometimes, is you can get these things that you might really want. I mean, Ethan Klein is getting a big win here, and it may not be a big win in terms of money, but I mean, let's be honest, Klein's got more money than I will ever see in my lifetime. And I suspect that he can spend more on a dinner than I will spend on a year's mortgage payments. So money isn't really what's going to be motivating. And she probably doesn't have a whole lot of money for him to get. If he gets a big judgment, he's probably not seeing a whole lot of money, and certainly not an amount of money that's going to change his life in any meaningful way. So at the end of the day, him getting this is probably for him a bigger win than if he just got some big damages award, because he gets to make her say things like this.
Inexcusable. I should know better because I have 3 disabled people that rely on me. Moving forward, I will do better. I also want to apologize to the crew of the H3 podcast, particularly AB and Olivia. I apologize for calling them cowards for not quitting their jobs. That was a shameful attack on 2 people who deeply care about Palestine and Palestinian people.
Also, kind of props to Klein for being like, okay, I'm going to, not just am I going to whatever, I'm going to make sure she apologizes to my team. I mean, I know a lot of people find him to be a very controversial figure, and that's fair.
Yeah, I heard the Shang Tsung actor passed away. He was 75.
You don't.
Are you gonna watch Records of Ragnarok? There's a new season coming. That was the Netflix one, right? Yeah, was this the humans fighting gods thing? Yeah, that was a really weird anime. It was kind of fun, but it was weird. I think that Valkyrie chick was kind of cute. Yeah, I'll probably watch that.
Don't have to like him or whatever, but when you dislike somebody, you should still be fair to them in the sense of looking at the things that they do that are not awful. And, somebody looking out for their team, for the, I guess the little people, if I can use that sort of phrase, is a good thing. Even if you hate the guy, you gotta respect that.
AB, along with his wife Lena, have done more than I have ever done for the Palestinian people, including raising over $100,000 in charity. I recognize that they.
That is pretty awesome. Also, I will drop a link to the Extra Life fundraiser in the description below. I so far have raised a little over $108,000 for the Stollery Children's Hospital this year. So if you want to donate to that, that would be awesome.
Have actually made Palestinian lives better, and my online antagonism and trolling has not. I apologize to Ethan and Gila personally.
He gets to basically make her undermine her entire career here. Yeah.
I have said extremely mean and cruel things about both of them, particularly my misogynistic attacks against Gila that never should have been said. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it. To that end, I wish the client's success in enforcing TED Entertainment's copyright and protecting the legal rights of online content.
And that is, in fact, where it cuts out. It just cuts out like that. So, yeah, this is a big win for Klein. I mean, it's a big win for Casey Tron too. It's gonna suck that she had to put that video out there and she had to basically rebuke her entire previous career and eat a lot of crap. But at the end of the day, if she gets to walk out of this, and assuming there's no like financial, fee or like financial whatever outside from that, and I doubt there is, because if he's letting her, pay her lawyers off and then return whatever's left, it sounds like he might not. It sounds like he's not going after her like with a crushing financial settlement. I don't know. Again, it's a guess, but that is me reading between the lines. So if he's letting her out of this on a fairly cheap basis, then it is a big win for Casey Tron and a big loss for the H3 Snark mods. Because any information she has and she knows, and where she might be able to identify these people or provide some background, is going to be really bad for them. So yeah. But, the other thing is, I guess Casey Tron probably isn't going to get trusted much in future if she's going to roll over on her friends. And, yeah.
None of these people are actual friends. They just use each other. That's it.
He also gets to get a shot in at Hassan Piker. So he really gets a little bit of everything he wants out of this one. And, she is advantaged here if she gets out of this cheaply. So this is kind of I didn't cut anything out of that.
I'm almost ready to do the sit-ups. The food's almost all out of my tummy.
Is exercise science a joke? Today's guest, Lyle McDonald, weighs in. We start by discussing his critiques of Brad Schoenfeld's research. We then broaden the lens to exercise science as a whole, his rift with the evidence-based circle, and the Mike Israel debacle, before finishing with Lyle's personal training and nutrition regimen. I hope you find it an illuminating conversation. Hello again, Lyle. Pleasure to have you back.
Yep, it's been a while.
It has been a while, and maybe a couple months. Anyway, since we last talked, I have some 70,000 new YouTube subscribers who possibly don't know you.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Or have only... Yeah, it is, actually. I can hardly believe it.
Yeah,
perhaps they've only heard of you obliquely through Mike Israel.
What, the fuck's going on there? Damn it. Oh.
Yeah, it is, actually. I can hardly believe it.
Yeah,
perhaps they've only heard of you obliquely through Mike Israel calling you one of the most bad faith actors in all of fitness.
His name is Lyle McDonald. And this is like a person who is maybe one of the most bad faith actors in all of fitness.
He's also called you insane, cruel, mean, psychotic, and he said you have 0 accomplishments.
Lyle McDonald.
Yeah, he said something about
He's a
Snowflake.
terrible, insane person.
I've only met him through the 2-hour podcast we did together. I don't know if you guys were friends or
We're never
maybe you
friends.
coached him or he coached you.
He has alienated every single expert in the industry because he is insane and cruel and mean and psychotic and has 0 accomplishments.
You got me, Mike.
Well, Mike used to have much nicer things to say about you back when he was trying to befriend you.
And Lyle, listen, I think you're brilliant, and I think you're on a lot of really correct shit. I have the utmost respect for Lyle. Very respectfully, I think Lyle probably is smarter than me and knows a lot of shit. But
oh, yeah, I know we're going to talk about it, but if you go back and look at the debate we did, he was still like, we could still be friends.
I'm open to liking you, Lyle.
No, we couldn't. Anyway.
To me, Lyle is a friend, he is a mentor, and he will be my coach one day when I compete in natural bodybuilding. As a bit of background, Lyle, you used to be highly regarded by the current evidence-based circle, or circle jerk, as you like to call it.
Yes.
Eric Helms contributed an appendix to your women's book. Brett Contreras called you one of the most knowledgeable people in the fitness industry. You used to hang out with Brad Schoenfeld and Alan Aragon.
And I visited Alan. I was out in California once for an inline race. This was years ago. This was early 2010s. And he was out there, so I went and hung out with him a little bit before I went up to my...
Would you date a non-vegan girl or date if she was open to becoming eventually? And if she didn't, just leave her. Probably not.
My stupid race. So yeah, I used to interact with all of them on, some level.
Jeff Nippard had you on podcasts and worked for you on an affiliate basis.
Oh yeah,
Milo Wolf was in your Facebook group for years, but now, as you were saying, you're basically at daggers drawn with all of these people. And from what I understand, the major falling out was around 2019 when you criticized Brad Schoenfeld's volume paper.
I had the goal to criticize a paper by the self-proclaimed greatest hypertrophy researcher in the world.
He describes himself that way?
Go to his website. Maybe he's just repeating what other people have called it. But
Brad Schoenfeld, for the unfamiliar, he's been described, at least by Mike Israel, as the world's preeminent expert in muscle growth.
I'm here with Dr. Brad Schoenfeld, who is technically, literally, the preeminent expert in muscle hypertrophy, muscle growth research in the entire world. Dr. Schoenfeld.
This guy doesn't even look like he lifts.
is the world's literal preeminent expert on muscle hypertrophy.
Do women in lesbian relationships treat each other better than they treat men since they have no man to rely on or blame in that situation? On average, it seems like they treat each other worse because domestic violence is significantly higher in lesbian relationships versus heterosexual relationships. So, yeah, it seems like their bitchiness just magnifies.
Professor and the world's ranking expert on muscle hypertrophy research.
Like, did you see that guy stare? Looks like he's dead inside.
Sure. If you read his books, you'll realize he doesn't know jack squat.
So he has a PhD from Rocky Mountain University, which Brad described as having a hybrid PhD program that combined online and on-site coursework, but you're not so sure, Lyle.
No, because I got bored one day in the way that only I can, and I went and I trudged through the entirety of the PhD program. I looked up and I sent you the links. You can find the entire program. It's on Amazon, and I sat down and I recorded every class that was mandatory or an elective in terms of whether it was online or on campus. And in a 4-year program, it required a grand total of 19.5 days on campus maximum. That was the maximum number of days. You could have gotten that done in 3 weeks. That is not a program with a hybrid online on campus. That is an online program with a microscopic on campus.
Brad's paper is titled, Resistance Training Volume Enhances Muscle Hypertrophy but Not Strength in Trained Men. So shall we start by sort of describing the paper,
yes.
Then we can get your criticisms of it, and after that we can discuss like the fallout of your criticisms, i.e.
Yep.
How did the evidence-based community kind of respond to you?
Yeah.
So correct me if I'm mistaken about any of these, but the purpose of Brad's paper, as I understand, was to compare the effects of low, moderate, and high resistance training volumes on muscle strength, hypertrophy, and endurance in resistance-trained men. So there were 34 resistance-trained men. They were randomly allocated to one of 3 groups for an 8-week training period. So all groups trained 3 times per week. Each session comprised 7 exercises targeting major muscle groups. So there was the flat barbell bench press, barbell military press, the wide grip, you'll find this funny, lateral pull down, as they call it, even though there's nothing lateral about it, it's for the lats.
Yes,
anyway, that's a small point. Seated cable row, barbell back squat, machine leg press, and unilateral machine leg extension. So a lot for the quads. So all sets were reportedly taken to momentary concentric failure in the 8 to 12 repetition range, with the load to be adjusted on subsequent sets to ensure failure was achieved within that target range.
Right.
So coming back to the 3 groups, the low volume group performed 1 set per exercise, the moderate volume group performed 3 sets per exercise, the high volume group performed 5 sets per exercise. The researchers measured 1 rep max strength in the squat and bench press and muscular endurance in the bench press, and they measured muscle thickness using ultrasound at 4 sites, so biceps, triceps, and 2 locations on the thigh. Right. Notably, the ultrasound was not blinded. So here's what they found. So all 3 groups saw improvements in their 1 rep max strength and muscular endurance. However, there were no significant differences between the groups.
Right.
The low volume group gained just as much strength and endurance as the 3-set and 5-set groups.
Correct.
As to hypertrophy, there was a clear dose-response relationship for muscle growth. The 5-set group gained more muscle size than the 1-set group, and the 3-set group also trended toward more growth than the 1-set group. The conclusions they drew, for resistance-trained men, a very low volume of training, i.e. 1 set to failure per exercise, is sufficient to maximize gains in strength and endurance over an 8-week period. However, maximizing muscle hypertrophy requires higher training volumes, with greater gains seen as the number of sets per exercise increases. So that's just an overview of the paper. And let's go back to the high volume, like 5-set routine. So as you said, they did 5 sets per exercise for a total of 35 working sets per session, and therefore 30 to 45 sets per muscle group per week. So 30 for the upper body muscles, right. 45 for the quadriceps. Again, with every set supposedly performed to the point of momentary muscular failure.
Supposedly being the key word. Yeah.
Yeah, for 8 to 12 repetitions per set, 90 seconds of rest between sets, and 120 seconds of rest.
That is, like, just ridiculous. No one's actually, like, no one's doing that.
Between exercises.
Right.
But we've kind of gone awful technical, so I think it would probably benefit the viewer to describe what does it actually mean to perform this workout routine? Like, what is momentary concentric failure? I think that would be a good place to start before describing why the idea of people doing this workout as written is so very implausible.
You'd never be able to complete a workout like that. It's just so nonsensical. That's a very large amount of volume. 90 seconds rest after you do an all-out set on every single set. You'd get like 12 the first set, and then you'd get like 4 the next set. Like, it's just silly.
Right. Well, so the topic of muscular failure is obviously somewhat complicated.
Like, dude, imagine resting for only 90 seconds after you do a 12 rep set to failure on barbell back squats. Like, that is just the most ridiculous horseshit. So none of the trainees actually did the workout as designed, clearly.
Because there are a number of different definitions. Momentary concentric failure means that during the concentric, the lifting phase of the exercise, that you are unable to complete the repetition. So you have hit momentary muscular failure. Now, I've been in a gym for 30 years. You've been in a gym for many, many years. People listening to this, how many people you've ever seen take a back squat to the point that they were unable to complete? Because think about what happens on a back squat if you're unable to complete the repetition. Unless you have a spotter to step in and help you to the top, you're going to lower to the bottom and get stuck. That's what momentary concentric failure suggests, is you're unable to complete the lifting portion of the repetition. Now, I've done it. I don't recommend it. I've done it. I've squatted to complete failure where I got stuck on the bottom and had to dump the bar. Powerlifters may miss a rep with max single, but I dare say most of you have never seen anyone do this in a gym, certainly not deliberately. And to do that for 5 sets in a row on 90 seconds.
3 times a week, followed by
week.
other legs exercises, also
Correct.
to momentary concentric failure.
Correct.
Yeah, just no one's doing that.
For years, I said, look, show me the workout. Send me a video. Prove this to me. I've been saying for years.
Yeah, from what I understand, you've actually offered money
Yes.
for people
I
to
said,
complete the workout as prescribed. And no
I'll
one
give
has done
1,000.
it, right? Am I correct?
No. For this one, I said, look, if you think this workout is possible, if you think it's doable, I'll give you $1,000. Prove me wrong. It's real simple. And I said, do it exactly as written. I want to see 5 by 8 to 12 to momentary failure with exactly 90 seconds between sets, and 120 seconds. Show me.
Is that offer still on the table?
I've only been waiting 6 years. I don't think anyone's going to do it if they haven't yet. And even when I said that, and I said, these researchers need to video the workouts because I don't believe them.
Yeah.
And Brad said, well, that would just require getting someone else, having to pay someone. Oh, stop making excuses, because
Yeah, because cell phones don't exist.
they did video. There was a study that came out last year looking at the length and partials things. They did video every set. It can be done. There are phones. Every one of your phones has a camera. Show me. Trust me. Show me. This workout cannot be done as written. It can't.
I've never done a workout that hard in my life.
To do 5 by 8 to 12 to concentric muscular failure, meaning you get stuck halfway up and need a spotter.
And 90 seconds rest. Like, so nobody did the workout.
And to do it again on 90 seconds, can't be done. 1 set can. 3 sets, good luck, but 5 can't be done. Especially not to be followed by leg press and leg extension.
It can be done, but I just find the idea of the participants doing it implausible.
And doing it 3 times a week for 8 weeks.
Yeah, 3 times a week for 8 weeks.
So number one, I find the workout implausible. But maybe there's so they said they were going to adjust the weights. They would have had to be taking 30% off the bar every set. Right? If you do a set to failure and rest 60 seconds, you'll have to lower the weight by 50% to get the same number of reps. So 90 seconds, let's call it. So yeah, if they were starting at 275, they would have been taking 60 pounds off the bar every set. By the end of it, they would have been squatting with like 95 pounds, which again, you're making up for low quality training with excessive volumes. So just try, anybody listening to this, just try the leg extensions. Do a set of 12 to true failure where you cannot finish the repetition. Rest 90 seconds.
I don't think Frank Tufano cried when I was debating him. He did throw a tantrum, though.
Seconds and see how many reps you get. And then do it again. And again, and again, and again, and send me the video. It's real simple. I'll put my money
on leg extensions alone. It is excruciating. The
by
protocol
squatting, you would be breathing like I said, you wouldn't get off the floor, even if you managed to get through the second set through just sheer force of will, because you are the John Wick of the weight room. And I'm sorry, but these trained college students are not, right?
I'm telling you what, it would take me a lot more than $1,000 to do that workout.
Look, if people want to crap on me and tell me I'm stupid and I'm wrong and I don't know anything, cool. Prove me wrong, because the fact that no one ever stepped up to try to prove me wrong means they know I'm right. It's just that simple. They can say Lyle's wrong all day, every day. Fine, prove me wrong. Show me that it can be done. Okay, but hang on. There's actually more to my criticisms than just the fact that.
Right. So what other criticisms of the paper did you raise?
Okay, so a second one actually had to do with the statistics, because what you read, their conclusion that there was a dose-response relationship is absolutely not supported by the actual statistical analysis. They looked at p-value. It's pretty much standard. You set p less than 0.05 means you've achieved statistical significance. And it didn't. There was no statistically significant difference in the growth for the different volume groups, according to the p-value. They didn't meet it. So this is the only time I've ever seen Brad do it. They threw a different statistical method at it, something called a Bayesian analysis. Number one, for upper body, the BF10 values were not different than 0. They did not support a dose response to anything. For the lower body, the BF10 values were something like 3. That's considered meaningless. So their conclusion that this showed a dose-response relationship, neither statistical analysis showed that. Neither of them. Their conclusion that this clearly shows a dose-response relationship is false. The statistics do not support that conclusion on any level. So that was number 2. Number 3 was the lack of blinding for the ultrasound assessor, which is a huge source of bias. Now, for people that aren't aware of what blinding means in a research sense, let's say I'm testing a drug. If you know what the drug is, you may respond to it simply because you believe it's going to work. So if I'm going to do a single blinded study, I'll take 20 people, I'll give one group 10 people placebo, just a sugar pill, and 10 people the drug, but they don't know what they're getting. That's called a single-blinded design. You, the subject, is blinded. Now, a double-blinded study means that I, the researcher, don't know who got what, right? Because, like, let's say I know that this group got the placebo and this group got the drug. If I know that, when I go to whatever, ask them questions or study them later, my knowledge may impact the results. If I want to see the drug work, I might lead them to different answers. So double-blinding means I don't know who got which drug. Now, exercise science has a problem compared to other fields. You cannot blind the subjects to the exercise intervention. Obviously, the study subjects know whether they got 1, 3, or 5 sets, right? You can't do it. Not like if I give you a supplement or a drug. You can't blind the people overseeing the workout, which is potentially a problem. Let's say I'm in an exercise science class and I have taught the students higher volumes are better. Maybe those coaches, when they're overseeing the higher volume group, maybe they push them harder than they push the 1-set group because they don't believe in the 1-set training. Unfortunately, there's no solution to this, right? It is a limitation to exercise science studies. The subjects know what they're doing. The person overseeing the workout knows what they're doing, but you can blind the assessor, meaning you're blinding the person doing the measurements, and you should, because that is a huge source of bias. Depending on the method, right? Now, let's say I'm using DEXA to measure body composition changes, which isn't very accurate for muscle growth. Blinding is not necessary there because you push the start button and the machine does the rest. Certain methods do not require blinding, but if you look at how ultrasound is done, basically you use an ultrasound wand and you look at the muscle, you take tracing paper and you draw over the image, and then you use a ruler to measure the changes. If you, the assessor, knows that this is in the 9-set group and this is in the 45-set group, and you are biased because you believe in high volume training, I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying it did, but it can. It is a huge source of bias. If also, you can blind the statistician because the statisticians can do weird stuff with this. If they know which data is from which group, ideally you should blind the statistician. And I brought that up, and I brought up all those criticisms, and Brad blocked me and left my group. Got all the rest of them to do the exact same, and then I was persona non grata in the entire.
Yep. Well, that's Brad. That's all those fucking idiots.
Internet fitness industry. Well, the circle jerk from that point on.
Well, this, Lyle, I just don't understand. Why? Why were you...
Did Frank try to do gay stuff on Skype? Sure, he's tried to do gay stuff just about everywhere.
Shunned by the evidence-based circle after...
Because Brad is above...
Would you work out with the Trend Twins if they ever offered? Yeah, I'd be down.
Expose. I
mean, Brad is above criticism in all their eyes because, again, I'm not...
Yeah, I think I'm about ready to do the sit-ups. I think I can do it now. Oh no, I have to move my kitty though, and he's so comfy. He's like a little squirrel. Oh. I got a little gum here. Oh, my poor gum. Do you see this, guys? Oh, my poor gum. He's so sleepy. And he's so noodly, too. He's like a big noodle. Aw, I love you, Gummy. Alright. Oh, let's do these sit-ups. Oh, crap. You mean 0? Those were just normal sit-ups.
I'm not claiming that he did this. He controls their research and their financial future. They had to defend him because he is the head, the ostensible head of the evidence-based fitness group. And I had the nerve to make him look bad, to bring criticisms that most importantly, they couldn't rebut because they never can.
Yeah, I'm sure their retort would be, it's not what you said as much as how you said it that made us cut ties with you. Like,
6 years later, all the people, I started getting emails a couple, 3 years later, PMs are like, yeah, so, you know, after the fact, I think you were right about Brad's paper. I'm like, of course I was. Now get bent. Of course I was. Everyone acknowledges that paper is crap now.
Well, my perspective is that what you did was incredibly valuable. You showed, hey, these workouts likely aren't what they claim to be. What they define as concentric failure likely isn't true concentric failure. Like, stop drawing strong conclusions from this study. Be more cautious, saying things like there's a dose-response relationship between volume and muscle growth. Well, shall we talk about exercise science as a whole? Because you and I, through our collective efforts, we might be said to have painted a pretty grim picture of the whole thing. You with your critique, of course, of Brad's paper, me with my critique of Mike Israel's doctoral thesis. Like, would you say these are isolated instances of sloppiness or sort of representative of the whole field? Because surely, I mean, if it's the latter, then this is a failing discipline.
So my mentor, who was a materials engineer, who had exercise as his hobby and passion, opines to me early in my career that he thought exercise science was a joke, basing it predominantly on the fact that small sample sizes, 0 replication, unbelievably poor levels of control. You can't control diet. You can't control the subject. Like, you have to realize he studied rocks for the government. Like, he is a real party animal, right? Rocks have a variance of, you know, whatever, 0.00.
None Barone, donate $2, 2 sit-ups, please. Bro, I don't want to fuck around getting up and down. I'll do it later. Thanks for the donation, dude.
1%. We know now that any 2 individuals in response to the identical training program can get a 10-fold variation in response. Like, hypo and hyper responders to training are a thing. And it seems plausible that if you really wanted...
Yeah, I tried looking for that cyberpunk skit. I don't know. I couldn't find it. I don't know if I deleted it. That was a funny video, but maybe it's on Odyssey. Where the fuck is it? What was the title? I can't find it anywhere.
To, right? Like, when you do studies, you're supposed to randomize groups. You take all 30 people and you randomize them into each group. But like, if someone were not randomizing, and again, I'm not saying this is being done, but I could probably take 30 people and go, well, he's bigger than that dude. He's probably a hyper responder. Maybe I'll just put him in the group where I would like to see the results occur. Maybe. I'm not saying this is being done. I'm saying it could be done, right? And the same is true of most medical science. The difference is that with medical science, there's so many fewer variables, right? If you're testing out a drug, what do you have to test? Different doses, maybe different frequencies, and you can test thousands of people, right? The GLP-1 studies have like 3,000 subjects. Exercise science studies have the 35 people that are in the sports science class who are willing to give up 10 weeks to be in that study, right? So you end up with these tiny sample sizes, rarely more than 10 to 12 subjects per group. Huge variance. If you even look at the data for Brad's paper, like, yes, if you look at statistical averages, like, you know, there was like the low volume group and this was a little, but there's huge overlap. Some guys, people get more growth from low volume than moderate. And so you'll get more growth. There's so much variance that when you look at averages, it really obscures the individual response. And better papers will present individual responses. And some people, you know, it's that. And other people will lose size on a given intervention, right? When you report averages, it really obscures the individual. I was in college. Now I was a nerd in college, right? I spent my life either riding a bike or in the library. But I'm sorry, the average college student, they're not controlling their diet. They're not controlling their protein intake. Now, yeah, ideally we would study elite athletes. Elite athletes can't give up the time to be in studies, by and large. There are exceptions. You know, Garth over in Europe land has had a cohort of elite athletes that they put through studies. So it is limited as a discipline. And I dare say that resistance training research is far worse than endurance training research, right? Early on, exercise science was almost exclusively aerobic. Like, there was early strength training stuff, and it's some really funny stuff. With aerobic training, there's many fewer variables, right? Direct intensity, modality. You look at weight training studies, you have, I won't say unlimited variables, but you could. Sets, reps, rest interval, training frequency, exercise selection, exercise order, tempo. Like, there is no replication in most weight training exercise science. You look at all these papers, they're all different. And they might as well be random. Science is based on replication because one paper doesn't mean anything. But when you're trying to compare a study that did so many sets twice a week to X sets 3 times a week to some number of sets once a week with different exercise choices, different definitions of failure, different set rep rest interval combinations, how do you compare these meaningfully and draw any sort of conclusion? Well, you can do a meta-analysis, and in the meta-analysis, you take all the data, and I equate it to taking 12 different colors of paint, mix them together, and deciding they're all gray, because invariably they average themselves out, and you end up with no, right? So you can do that. You look at them individually, you do like a narrative review, and I wasn't writing a scientific review, but the article I did on my website, I'm like, I'm just going to walk through each paper, look at the methods, look at what they did, look at what they measured. Did they blind the assessor? And in most cases, they didn't, and that is a huge failing in the field. Not just Brad's paper. This is true of many papers. Make no mistake. That was only, and he pulled it. Well, Lyle never brought up blinding before. Dude, that was one of 4 issues I had with your paper. Stop. It's like when people focused on you going, oh, he's just focused on typos. Like, yeah, stop. Stop with the deflections. This is pathetic. It is, and there are some labs, there are labs that do papers that they'll blind the assessors and they'll blind the statisticians and they do a relatively better job, but it is a very difficult field. There's no doubt about it. It has a lot, and that's why a lot of people like animal studies, but rat studies almost never translate, right? Easy to control, but, I mean, you've been training for a while. I've been training for 30 years, or well, training for 40 and professionally for nearly 30. And so I read these papers like, oh, the subjects had 4 to 6 years of resistance training experience, so they're experienced. Well, but are they? I've known people that trained for 20 years that were still beginners. If you look at their technique and their intensity and their focus, like that doesn't mean anything. That's why videotape the workouts, because I don't believe these things for a damn second. When I read some of these papers, I'm like, there's no way, because I don't care what the researchers say they did. My real world watching people and coaching, this workout cannot be done. Prove me wrong. Make $1,000. I think if people really believed they were right, they would want to take my money. And yet here we are. So yeah, I don't know if it's irredeemable. I think it has a lot of limitations that people are just don't care enough to try. Like I said, Brad wrote a bunch of really, really strongly worded papers about here's what we need to do to make it better. Yeah, certainly blinding the assessor, that should be mandatory.
I don't know if you recall, Lyle, but part of why I ask is that when we first met, you seemed a lot more cynical about the fitness industry. I think you felt your efforts to call out the evidence-based circle jerk were fruitless, and I planned this mammoth video with you, which we eventually ended up doing, but I think you saw my optimism as a bit naive at the time, like I was almost a younger version of yourself.
Yeah.
Perhaps
yes.
A dynamic not unlike like Luke Skywalker and Rey in The Last Jedi. But I'd like to think my approach ultimately worked.
I will, yes, I won't disagree with that. And this might have just come from, the environment that I was coming up in. The reach just wasn't there, right? You managed to do a video that completely exploded the internet. When you've got people not even in the fitness industry talking about it, like I wasn't like, yeah, fine, whatever. I can, my YouTube channel with however many subscribers I had, or my Facebook group, yeah, they already know who I am. They already agree with me. I don't do social media. I can put stuff on my website. Nobody cares, especially when you got all the big babies are anyone who went and asked Brad a question he couldn't address, he would just block them, like the intellectually honest person that he is, just like Lane does, just like they all do, because they all became what they used to criticize. And it's real easy to be right when nobody sees the criticisms, but you had a platform that allowed it to happen. So, I mean, whatever, like I said, I've been doing this for 30 years and it's been the same crap, every 5 or 6 years, the new crew of people come through and I'm the lone, or even the early 2010s. As far as I can tell, Lane is mostly irrelevant. Brad is retired. Mike's career is in shambles. Nippert got dragged down with him because he decided to, hook himself to a sinking boat. All these guys are getting dragged down because they decided.
Why did Jeff Nippard do that? He could have just remained silent. I was on completely good terms with him.
I truly don't know why they would hitch themselves to that wagon.
It's perplexing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get it. I get the nature of the internet. You have to chase the algorithm.
I don't think they're very smart. Look, especially over the last year, Mike has said some of the most bizarre, stupid, crazy, unhinged shit. The idea that somebody would think it would be wise to have a professional relationship with a guy is just insane. The dude's just such a huge liability. So I think anybody who'd be willing to work with him just isn't very smart.
And I guess they figure, well, Mike's in the conversation, so I have to say something. But what a poor choice of, horses to back on that one.
I think it's that they didn't realize that the ground has shifted.
Mm-hmm.
And it has, in a major way.
Yeah, and I think, 5 or 6, like I said, when this was going on with Brad and I, probably it was a little bit different. Like the nature of things, it wasn't, there were people that heard what I had to say, but it didn't have nearly the reach. It was very easy for them to quash the criticism and just, Brad could just put his trite, dumb excuses, and the midwits who follow him would eat it up, all the crap that, and those guys go, yeah, like, fine, we'll just block him out. Nobody ever hear what he has to say. We'll just make sure that his criticisms go unheard because I was too lazy to make YouTube videos and still am. That's why you're here, because you'll do the work and I'll just talk until people get bored.
It's a win-win. It's a pleasure to talk.
And I think they were probably thinking that, Mike is still too big to fail. And 4 or 5 years.
Will I ever start training people again? It's a possibility. I just don't want to.
Ago, that might have been the case. But now, and serious, like I said, watching the reach on this thing. And I mean, God almighty, people try to post up that Dorian reel in my group for weeks.
Okay. I guess I'm Mike's friend. He's not here. So, Dr. Mike, first of all, I hope that you're being like tongue-in-cheek.
And bigger and stronger than Mike.
Otherwise, I fear either for your eyesight or your mental health. Because obviously, your physique's nowhere near Mike Mensa. Even with all the PEDs that you're taking, that you estimate will take 10 years off your life. Well, maybe you need to ask yourself whether it's worth it, mate. Because a bag of shit that gets bigger is just a bigger bag of shit. Still a bag of shit. You know what I mean, mate?
So I was like, nope, I'm not. I'll look at it. I think it's funny, but it's not going to my group. I think it's amazing. But yeah, so I do think, now, and a lot of people are like, yep, Mike will just wait a few years till it blows over and, wait for the new crew of people who don't know the history. And maybe, but I don't know. I think you're right that certainly things have shifted because, oh my God, the comment section on all Mike Israetel and RP social media is just, they can't delete them all. They can try. They can't delete all. It's just, I've watched Mike trying to go on the apology tour. I saw a reel by him where he was like, yeah, when I've did those exercise science critique videos, I was maybe a little catty. Dude, it's too late. Sorry, you have dug your own grave on this one, buddy. You're not going to get away with, yeah, maybe I was a little excessive. Dude, you said Dorian wasn't doing enough. Seriously?
I think that if he would have trained maybe a little bit more, maybe 5 days a week, maybe he could have been even better. And I know it's not...
Yeah, fucking retarded.
It's a little rude, which I understand. And it's a little confusing when some worthless nobody like me says somebody else 10 times better than me at the very thing that I want to be good at could have done it better. It's weird. It's a weird vibe. But it's also true.
You're no exercise scientist. You're a joke. Somebody sent me a video and I didn't watch it, but I guess someone called Mike Mr. Mike Israetel to his face.
Yeah, Jeremy Ethio, major.
Whoa, really? Jeremy Ether did that? He did that? That's actually based. I got a little bit more respect for the guy. Running over old watermelons and Nutella's thoughts on Cat Ubegezella? The fuck is that? I don't know what this is. 26. She's challenging a House incumbent. Has held the seat since before she was born. Is this the beginning of the Democrats' Tea Party moment? I have no idea who the hell she is, and I can't read the article. Oh, wait, is this the bitch who wants to get rid of the police? No, or is it? I think that's a different person. I don't know who that is. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo $22. Can you watch beginning? His entrance is pretty funny.
Hearing that I think folks right over here.
Get over here, Tate. Bring your little bitch ass.
I mean, champ, you have to know this is mind games. He's flexing on you.
And I ain't worried.
You've
and Bugatti.
For Andrew Tate. This fits middleweight title. Hacked car.
Man, this guy. Man.
Come in, but Chase, on a real note, what?
This have done as much as.
You gotta be
up in helicopters. And listen, this is my city. This is Andrew.
Not much. Top G, we were just...
Thanks for showing up.
What have I missed?
Not much. Top G, we were just...
Not much. What Chase was talking. Everyone gives a fuck about what Chase says. What do you mean, not much?
Yeah, the room gets real quiet when I walk in here, buddy.
Yeah, everyone super cares when you talk. Everyone knows exactly
Hey, we all know why people care when you talk. I just can't say it out loud.
Well, Top G, I saw you come in on the boat. You had to flex on the champ one time. Talk to me about that entrance.
Genuinely had errands to run, and Dubai traffic can be a nightmare. So I thought if I take the boat, it'll be a little bit quicker. I'd hate to leave him waiting even longer. Of course he'd wait.
I mean, of course you'd see her for fucking hours. But I'm nice.
Nice indeed, Chase. He's flexing on you, man. He's talking about making you wait and that you would.
And we put a lot of effort into this. We put a lot of money into this whole press conference. We got a lot of people here. We need things we can clip. We need it to go viral. We have to sell this fight. That was shit. So can you please do it again and be like scary so we can use it? That was rubbish.
Okay, first of all,
Please say it again. Threaten me, blah, 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 but say it in a way that people believe.
Buddy, listen, I ain't got nobody's boss. Nobody orders the champ to do anything. I chin people for a living, all right?
So you're gonna threaten me or not?
I'm not. It's not a threat, Andrew. It's a promise.
Ooh, a promise. Well, can you promise me in a convincing way so we can make some fucking money, please?
Well, my promise to you is when you get into the ring and your Bugattis and your yachts aren't in there fighting for you and it's your fist talking, that's the promise I'm gonna keep to you. It's not a threat, it's a guarantee.
Bugattis and yachts don't fight, dumbass.
Oh, I know, but according to your Twitter followers,
Clearly you don't know because you don't have any.
Oh, you sure? I have a huge Hot Wheels set. I play with them all the time, buddy.
Yeah, Tate's kind of wrecking him in the press conference.
Andrew, talk to me about the fruit of choice here. Keeping yourself hydrated, getting the electrolytes in.
Tangerine, want one?
Sure.
I got you.
Jesus Christ, this guy's eating tangerines.
Champ, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? He's kind of bribing me here.
I unfortunately cannot eat tangerines because Mr. Tate is so scared of me that he put a 40-pound weight clause in there, so I have to be drinking water and empty water bottles.
Wait, sorry. Is there a weight limit at a boxing match?
For a heavyweight title
Is there a weight limit on a boxing match?
For a heavyweight title defense, there should not be.
Did you sign the contract?
You signed the contract, sir. I didn't negotiate anything. It was, Andrew insists this, Andrew wants that. I wanted 10 rounds in an open weight limit. You wanted a weight clause in 6, buddy. We ain't the same.
Are you upset that there's a weight limit on a boxing match?
Buddy, I'm gonna come in 130 kgs of whooping your ass.
I think you should have a tangerine.
You want?
Give him half the tangerine.
I was gonna say,
he
we'll
seems
split.
upset. Give him half the tangerine. Come on, give it to him. That's from me.
Oh, well.
That's what I think of that tangerine.
You try and be nice. You try and be a nice guy. You give a nobody a shot. No one even gives a fuck who this guy is.
Your
you give him a
ex-girlfriend,
chance.
Bree Stern,
You
does.
finally pay
She
him
DMs
some
me
money.
every day.
You finally
Pookie,
pay
come
him
hang
some
out with
money.
me.
And then you give him a tangerine and he throws it away. What's
Better
wrong with
Tate's good at the trash talk for sure. Running over old watermelons, donated $2. She's a Palestinian American progressive candidate. Okay, so then she's just dumb fuck probably. This is just like not worth reading. Is there anything written about her that isn't just some like stupid nonsensical fluff piece? Why is this also not in English? Combat Trump something. Like these are just all garbage, not worth reading. Why are you sending me these? So she's against ICE. Okay, great. Thanks for the donation.
YouTuber.
Mr. Mike Israel. I get to be relevant today.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean,
the editor crossed out doctor and wrote Mister.
I mean, but it's true. It really is. That PhD thesis is whatever. So yeah, I mean, like I said, like, is it nice to be vindicated? Sure. Big picture stuff. Is that why I do it? No, like not really. Like, yeah, it's great, but I mean, like I said, I don't care. I've never done this for accolades. Genuinely, I'm just like, I always like to point this out because a lot of people are like, Lyle hates the fitness industry. No, that's actually
No, you love it and you want it to be better.
No, that's just it. I
Yeah.
had dedicated my life to this since I was 15. When I was 15 and started doing sports, I knew with every ounce of my heart, this is what I wanted to do, was to give people the best information that I felt could be given to help them and to see the morass of BS, to see the garbage that supposed experts, that supposed academics who use their platform to deliberately, knowingly, sociopathically mislead people, disgusts me. It's not the industry, it's the people in it. And not even everybody. Because that's another one of those, and I did a little video on my thing, and I won't get too far into this. People are like, well, just can't stay friends with anybody. No, that's not true. I'm friends with plenty of people in the fitness industry, but it's the ones who actually know how to discuss and debate factually, going on 30 years now. It's only going to be better by degrees. Right? There's only like, we do our best. You put out good information. I try to put out, the best information I can, but I'm not just being an obnoxious a-hole, which is, 40, 45% of the time, depending on what mood I'm in, because I think it's funny to say obnoxious stuff within limits. But yeah, like that's the best you can do.
Just to pivot, we've discussed plenty about how a bad training routine looks in the form of the training routine in Brad's paper. How about for a change we discuss a good training and nutrition plan in the form of your own?
Okay.
I understand that you got in really good shape recently. You sent me the pictures. You're how old, Lyle?
55.
55. Wow.
Old
and
dirt.
You're not taking TRT or any anabolics, are you?
No.
No.
Just,
So, I mean, before proceeding with a description of your current routine, I mean, we should probably discuss your goals first. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand, you basically wanted to lose fat, preserve muscle, and stay in one piece both physically and mentally. You don't get injured. Don't do something so hard you can't stick to it.
Yeah,
Is that broadly correct?
But yeah, so my training is basically to stay in one piece. And I don't like being in the gym anymore because I just don't enjoy it like I used to. Not that I was ever in the gym a lot. So I'm really good at intensity because that's how I trained when I was younger. So most of the time, and I do exclusively machines at this point.
So your current training routine, you don't like training, so you don't train often, but it's high intensity, low volume. They're brief in and out machine-based workouts.
Basically, yeah, my lone free weight exercise is a dumbbell curl because I don't like cable curls. Don't seem to work well for me, and I don't like most machine curls. So basically, what I do most of the time, if I'm just like training generally, I do rest pause, sort of dog crap style rest pause training, which means specifically that means you do an activation set of like 8 to 10 reps to failure, concentric muscular failure, meaning I cannot complete the repetition despite maximal effort, right? Then you rest 15 to 20 seconds. I just count it off in my head because I can do that. And then you do a mini set and you do as many as you can do. And I almost invariably get 3. 15, 20 seconds, another mini set. I get 2, 1, and then I'm done. Because once you get 1 rep, you're going to get 0, right? So that is my bread and butter training.
So you go say 10, 3, 2, 1, all to failure. Yeah,
correct.
done.
And then, and I use a double progression is if I get 10 reps on the activation set, I'll go up in weight and that'll bring it to 8. For a while, briefly, I was doing 8s and 12s, but I lose track. I can't count that high anymore. And I get bored, quite honestly.
So you just do 8 to 10 on everything now? On the activation set?
Yeah. And when I get to 10, if I want to go up, I add weight. It's real simple. And I do an upper lower ABA split 3 days a week. Like that is sort of my bread and butter training, right? No workout. I'd say lower body takes me about 30 minutes. And because of my hip, I'm really limited in what I can do. So my leg workout, I can't do squat patterns because I don't, the hip, the femur doesn't rotate in the joint anymore, right? It doesn't move that way because it is ground flat. I saw the ultrasound. Wasn't a blinded ultrasound, but it was an ultrasound when I got the injection. So I do leg extension. I do them in a very specific way to make it as hard as possible then I do leg curl hip extension, which is a movement most people have never seen. Calf raise, and I do them in a way that I've been teaching for, 15 years. And I'll run that twice. So the leg extension, rest, leg curl, rest, calf raise, leg extension, leg curl, calf raise. And then because I'm a masochist and still need to feel a little mas macho, I'll go finish with hack squats for rest pause.
So it's 2 circuits of the leg extension, leg curl, calf raise, and then you've moved on to hack squats.
And then I go to hack squats for 1 rest pause set, and then I lay down for a minute because it's brutal.
Is the leg curl, leg extension circuit, is that also dog crap rest pause?
All of it.
All of it. Yeah. That's a brutal leg day.
The hack squats are awful, but I did 20 rep squats back in my youth, like endlessly, but by the time you've done a grinder set of 8 on hack squats, to have to go again in 20 seconds. And because I'm on my final mini set, that final rep,
Mean Boys donate $2. Let me see.
It's not as much fun being me as you think.
To see someone like Elon Musk, what the hell do you make of someone like that? What did he do? He made an electric car, which is basically impossible, and it works, which is basically impossible, and then he built it.
Electric cars were in use in like the 1920s. Like I'm pretty sure electric cars were like the most popular type of car, by the way. It's just that gasoline engines became more reliable and the electric starter also was invented. So it just ended up being the case that gas overtook electric. But yeah, in the early 20th century, electric cars were the most common type of car. Where the fuck? it's basically impossible to create an electric car that works. Like, they had those literally 100 years ago.
An infrastructure which is basically impossible. So
What was it? The Baker? Yeah, I think it was the Baker electric car. Yeah, there it is. Jay Leno has one.
Hi, I'm Dennis Gage. Thanks for tuning in to My Classic Car, home with a certified.
Now, I mean, it's to show people how, because people were scared of electricity.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a frightening thing at the time, you know. It's a bit like hydrogen is now. People are like, hey, wait a minute.
So this was 1909.
Hit that Hindenburg thing.
Yeah, can't you get electrocuted? You know, so the idea, and you have to understand, this is even before the advent of the wind-up window. So what you had to do was you, 1935 until almost.
So this is 1909 that they're selling these. So, like, yeah, some of the first cars were electric, and at one point, early 20th century, they were the most common type of car. It's just gasoline engines overtook them because they became more reliable. They had, you know, longer range. And the electric starter also made them way more convenient too. You didn't have to risk breaking your arm starting them. Jordan Peterson is like one of the, like, it's just weird how Jordan Peterson is considered this like intellectual, and he literally knows like nothing. He's one of the most like uncultured fucking nitwits I've ever fucking seen. Like he literally knows nothing about any fucking topic.
so that you could charge the damn thing, and then he made it cheap, which was impossible.
Oh, Teslas are cheap. Yeah.
Then he built a bloody rocket. One
They're built pretty cheap. Yeah, they're built like shit.
tenth the price of a NASA rocket.
Yeah, 1/10 the price of a NASA rocket. Too bad it has 10th the reliability.
That you could reuse, which was
They have not reused a single rocket.
impossible. And then he put one of his cars on top of the rocket, and he shot it up into space. Shot it up into space. Shot it up into space. 1/10 the price.
I'm not sure I want to be me. It's not as much fun being me as you think.
Yeah, well, that's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Mean Boys.
I do a 2-second pause at the bottom just before I come back up. Why? Because I can. It's simply me showing off. I used to do it on back squats when I was younger. I can, because why do I do it? Because I can. So that's my lower body day.
Let's hear about upper.
Upper body day. So I will typically do, and I alternate superset again just to save time. So I'll do like hammer incline press, hammer high row, right, the high low row, pec deck, shrug back.
So it's like a row without bending of the elbows.
Yeah, then dumbbell incline fly, which again I teach a very specific way. And we've got a fantastic old school Nautilus pullover machine. So that's chest and back, 3 sets, dog, again, all rest pause. And my rest interval between sets is however long it takes me to limp across the gym to the machine, which is about a minute. I don't move real fast anymore. Then shoulders, we got a lateral raise machine. I'll do that, a reverse pec deck, and then cable upright row and face pull. And then I'll do tricep push down, dumbbell curl, like the tricep press. It's like a machine nose breaker. And then we've got one curl machine that I like that I'll kind of scoot my butt and make it like an incline curl.
Right.
And I'll do
It almost looked like he had 3 feet. I think it's the shape of the shoe. So it looks like he had 1 foot here, and then 1 foot over that foot, and then there's like a foot on the bottom.
do that. And so it's a longer workout. That's like 14. So lower body is 6-7 sets.
I enjoyed the most recent Tomb Raider game. It's not that great. It's kind of like a B sort of tier game, but it was fun.
It takes me about 30 minutes. Lower body is like 12 sets, and it takes me 35 to 40 if I dawdle. 30 if I actually kind of move. It's like a dog crap rest pause that takes about 2 minutes. So that's my bread and butter. And again, I do upper lower, and I do an ABA split. So I just alternate workouts. So each workout gets done 3 times every 2 weeks, about every 5th day. And I find for old farts like me, that's a much better frequency. Like I tried 4 days a week briefly, and I'm too old. And I don't like being in the gym that often, right? Like that's the bigger issue. Like because with upper lower, like you can move a day forward or backwards. It's way more flexible. So that's kind of my bread and butter training for maintenance. and I'll basically kind of eat at mate and just eat on those days, and then I often will just do like RFL days in between. Like that's my easy mate.
Will you change anything about your routine to gain muscle?
No, I'm just gonna go back to dog crap with the mini sets, and it's more of a surplus. No, I'm not gonna change anything. It was working.
Justin, donate $2. What supplements are you currently taking? Same basic shit as I always have. Just maybe a slight difference. Like, I take a multivitamin, I take zinc, selenium, vitamin D, B12. And, I just started taking red yeast rice extract to lower my cholesterol, and obviously steroids. Right now I'm on testosterone, masteron, and human growth hormone. And take creatine. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Had you taken out those mini sets during
Oh yeah, and I'm on Anavar right now too.
your diet? Sorry, that remains a little unclear to me.
No, yes. During the entire diet, I just went to concentric failure, and that was it.
Right, that I didn't know.
That was my volume reduction.
I thought you were doing multiple, like, dog crap sets every workout.
Not during the diet.
Right, okay.
That's during that's off season, whatever you want to call it.
I understand.
No, during the diet, my volume reduction is to drop the mini sets.
Yep, that makes sense.
And just because I'll be honest, on RFL, dog crap is tough. You really gas on the mini sets. So for me, it's real easy. You just drop the mini sets. I just do a set failure and stop. And if you look at it in terms of effective reps, it's about a 50% reduction in volume.
Makes sense.
But I went ahead and maintained that 3-day-a-week training structure. So I stayed with the upper lower, and I simply took each set to concentric failure and stopped.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about your nutrition plan. So basically on maintenance days, on your training days, you eat at maintenance, and on your rest days, you do rapid fat loss.
Let's call it maintenance. I don't really count things because I'm just too tired. I just eat. I eat a lot of bread, fruit, meat sandwiches. I do have cereal post-workout. I learned that from Mr. Mike. So then I just do RFL on the off days because for me, I don't want to track. I don't want to have to count. That's the easiest maintenance for me.
And for the unfamiliar, rapid fat loss is a diet that you devised. It's in your book, The Rapid Fat Loss Handbook, and there are basically 5 tenets, from what I understand. So you eat just protein, right?
Yes.
So only trace carbs and fats.
Lean proteins, trace carbs and fats, veggies.
Like a cup of steamed vegetables with each meal.
Yeah.
So you got your essential fatty acids in the form of the fish oils, like you just said.
Yep.
Electrolytes.
Yeah, I just use low salt and just salt the crap out of everything.
And multivitamin.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's the goal of that being, when I wrote that back in 2004 and updated in 2008, the goal was to provide all of the essential nutrients, meaning the essential amino acids. We just use protein, essential fish oils. We can debate whether
I could eat nothing but Impossible Burgers, and my cholesterol would be like 110 LDL. Impossible Burgers they have a pretty decent amount of saturated fat. They're not like outrageously high, but they do have like an appreciable amount of saturated fat. So that's not surprising. Your LDL would be over 100 eating a lot of Impossible Burgers. You'd kind of expect that. My dad eats like a shit ton of butter and has low cholesterol. Yeah, I mean, he's probably just lucky. Usually my LDL is just around 80, pretty much no matter what I do. When I was on 200 milligrams of test and retatrutide, it got down to 60. And last test I did, I was on like 350 test, 200 Boldenone. My LDL got up to like 90. And I wasn't on Reta. So I got rid of the Boldenone because I was having a really bad reaction to it. Just crazy water retention. So right now I'm just on Masteron.
vegetables are essential or not. They provide micronutrients, and it's nice to poo every once in a while. You need electrolytes to offset the losses that occur with low carb. The goal of it being to provide all the essential nutrients in the lowest possible number of calories. And that's so you get the maximum fat loss since it's got sufficient protein, no muscle loss, especially persistence training. And I just find that it's, for me, it makes maintenance easiest because it means I don't have to track 7 days a week.
Yeah.
I just eat what I want on my training days, and then I do RFL on the 4 days. And I tried some different patterns over this year when I leaned out at one point, and then I went, and that's when I did like 4 training days a week and 3 RFL days, and I found that my body fat started coming back up. So I'm like, okay, clearly that's too many. So that's when I reverted to 3 and 4, and I'm like, that's the sweet spot for me, right? training, like I said, I'm in and out of the gym with 30 to 40 minutes. So good at intensity. I just get to, and I get more done in that time than most people get pissing around for 2 hours. And then eat RFL the other 4 days a week, and it's easy, and I can move things around.
I'm going to ask you a question that I know you hate, but I know you also acknowledge that people also find it really helpful. So I'm going to ask that you hold your nose and answer anyway. What do you eat in a day on your RFL days?
Oh my God. Okay.
No,
so yeah, I know.
This helps. People like
yeah.
this.
So whenever people ask me this question, they get the obnoxious answer. They're like, "What do you eat on RFL?" I go, "Lean protein, veggies, seasoned with existential dread." That's my go-to answer because I think I'm hilarious. But it is like it's not the easiest diet, but honestly, people make it out to be it's way worse than it is. Like plenty of lean protein, veggies. Like what do you? That's the base of any diet. And with the ADF pattern,
Well, what about yours specifically? I mean, what lean protein sources are we talking about?
So in a typical RFL day, usually one meal would be, honestly, I'll have 2 scoops of whey protein in Fruit Punch, Crystal Light, with some guar gum to slow down the digestion, and that's it. So there's 50
it's like a protein slurry.
Yeah, I think sludge is probably a better description for it, but yeah, basically. So that's one of my meals. And I target at my body weight and body comp and lean, I target about 200 grams of protein a day. So I just eat and I don't do strict time restricted eating. I usually eat at like 12, 3, 6, 9, or size 3, 6, 9, just depending on what I want to eat. Okay, so that's meal number 1, invariably. Meal number 2, I'll have 1 scoop of whey protein and 5 slices of nasty Costco ham eaten straight out of the container for 25 grams of protein. I don't put anything on it. My dogs love it because they get to share. So boom, that's it. There's another 50 grams. Generally, my next meal is Costco has these giant cans of canned chicken that are right about 50 grams of protein per can. So I'll have one of those. I'll use just enough light ranch dressing to make it edible. I mean, we're talking, a teaspoon or 2.
Sure.
This is already pretty terrible.
And then I'll steam up some broccoli and cauliflower and salt the crap out of it. So that's meal number 3. And then meal number 4 is almost without exception 2 big lean chicken breasts grilled with soy sauce over. We've got this konjac rice. It's that zero carb that it's like eating it's just goo with another cup of steamed vegetables, and that's it. And then I'll have a couple fish oil caps because I got some high concentration, and boom, done. So there's my 200 grams of protein. I just eat that every RFL day.
And the maintenance days, they're just whatever you want, basically.
I mean, they tend to be more consistent than not because I just tend to eat sort of the same thing. So like a typical day would be, so I'll go train in the morning, and I'll go to the grocery store. Like I'll get like a Metrics bar because I like them, and I'll have that with, like I said.
I've had the Lenny and Larry's cookify, or what is it? Barified cookie dough thing. It's the Lenny and Larry's cookie dough bar protein thing. Those are actually pretty good. They do taste like cookie dough. I'd recommend.
Said my bowl of cinnamon toast crunch with milk, because I love milk. Always have. Can't digest it, but I love it. And I got to take the milk pills. It's a Middle Eastern thing. Brown folks, by and large, don't digest.
Yeah, if the red yeast rice extract doesn't do much, I can just go on a mild statin, like rosuvastatin. It's not a big deal.
Just dairy very well. So I just take milk pills. So I'll do that and have it like half an apple. And then, then I'll have like 2 big either canned chicken sandwiches with another apple and a glass of milk, or I'll have the ham sandwich. I'll do ham, 5 slices of ham a piece. There's 50 grams of protein plus my milk, another 60 grams. Apple. My treat these days is bread with grape jelly on it because that's what I like because I grew up on it.
That's delicious.
And then dinner is almost invariably same Costco chicken breast, but now I have it with veggies and sticky rice because I love sticky rice. And
sticky rice is dope. I don't know why these people can't just eat tofu.
I'll put like what I have now is like sweet and sour topping. So it's like very like, and that's kind of what it is, right? Like you've got RFL is just protein, veggies, and then all you're doing is like I take the same base foods and I just add carbs, and then I take them back out, and then I add them and take them back out. But I'm eating the same, and that's when I set up RFL. And this is in the book. Is that should form the base of your diet anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Plenty of lean protein and veggies. All you're doing is adding and subtracting to it, mainly to facilitate people moving back into maintenance. They've established those eating habits. So like I have more protein drinks on the RFL days just because I do get tired of eating plain meat. But again, Metrics bar doesn't really count, and it's like a candy bar. So like that. So that's it. And I eat the same foods pretty much. On the off chance I might go out, which is very rare, I'll have something else. Make sure to make a training day on that. Like whatever, if I'm going out for dinner with a friend or something. Yeah, I'll just move my training day. Make sure it falls on that day, and I'll just eat whatever.
So you retain some flexibility with your current approach.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
so that's sort of like my bread and butter maintenance program.
Some skinny twink cashier was judging the Lenny Larry cookie macros when I was checking out. saying the macros were horrible, like fuck you, buddy. Dude, it's a fucking like cookie with 16 grams of protein. Like, get fucked. It's like, especially the white chocolate macadamia nut flavor, like that is fucking dope. That actually tastes like a real cookie. And it's got 16 grams of protein. Like, I'm not expecting it to, you know, be like eating straight protein powder. Obviously, it's gonna have some like fat and sugar in it and shit. But it's a fucking cookie, dude. Like, what the fuck do you expect?
But if I decide I want to get leaner for some reason, I do, have to put a little bit more effort into it. And so that's what I decided to do about a month ago. Was like, okay, like, and I think my body fat had gone up a little bit. It was just summer, like, again, my activity is really curtailed. Even walking my dogs is not the most pleasant experience. Cardio is out because this hip just doesn't move like that anymore.
So no cardio.
It's time to lean out. So what I did this time, and I've done different things. I wanted to get, like you can maintain that structure. You have the maintenance days and the RFL days. But like I'd already established that was maintaining my body fat. I needed more RFL days. So I decided to go to strict RFL and do it every day. But I went ahead and maintained that 3-day-a-week training structure. So I stayed with the upper lower, and I simply took each set to concentric failure and stopped without the mini sets. My leg workout now dropped to 20 minutes. Right, it was 7 sets to failure. It's 20, and that's only because I got to change shoes for the hack squat. It would be faster except for that because I got to put my lifting shoes. Upper body, I can power out in 30 minutes. So I just dropped to that and went to strict RFL 7 days a week, and did that for the first couple of weeks. And then it started to get a little grindy as I got leaner. And I had just some other things where I was just like, okay, like there was a day, I'm like, okay, at like week 2, I'm like, okay, I was kind of in the mood and I was meeting a friend for dinner and I'm like, I'm going to go ahead and do a couple of high carb days. Mainly because I want to see what happened to body weight and waist and just look at those dynamics. And what I did on that week, so rather than going upper, lower, is on the day that I was going to have my higher carb day, I did full body. So I squished the upper and lower workouts together, which made it take about 50 minutes just to set up for the higher carb day, to give the carbs somewhere to go. So I did that for a couple of days, then I went back to strict RFL. And I think I made it another week, 6 days, and then I had another higher carb day, so I did a 1-day carb load. And then I think I had another one the next week. And then the following week, I basically got to where I wanted to be, which was full 6-pack, veins down, my sides, serratus, dry. And so I finished up Saturday morning. This was last Saturday. Because I think the lowest I was at 152 at the end of the diet. With the Navy calculator put me like 8.5%, full 6-pack. I've got a little loose skin around my lower abs, but like I said, obliques and veins and everything there. And then rebounded up to about 159 over 2 days. And weights came up a little bit, but that's just food in the gut. Like honestly, like skin folds were the same, visually the same. And then so that was it. So it was basically, wasn't totally strict RFL, but it wasn't like I didn't do alternate like ADF. I didn't have like 2 specifically planned higher carb days. It was kind of like, oh, well, since I'm going out and having dinner with a friend and I'm going to eat carbs, I'm just going to do a full body workout this morning, which sucked. And then go eat carbs today and then go back to RFL. So, and you can see that my weight just kind of goes down. It goes bump and down and bump and bump, and it comes up and stabilizes.
And Lyle, in conclusion, where can people find you aside from my YouTube channel?
Yeah, so my website, bodyrecomposition.com, 400 some odd articles. I don't update it anymore because honestly, I got nothing to say. All my products can be found at store.bodyrecomposition.com, including the Rapid Fat Loss Handbook. All my
Discount code. Mike has no 10.
Yeah,
10% off. Are you going to run a new discount?
No, let's do. I think we should do a Christmas code to run through the end of December. Order that includes my consultations. Bouldering, and I asked, can anyone recommend shoes? Because I knew nothing about it. I've already got a dozen responses. People like, I've been bouldering for 10 years, and here's what you should do. Like my group has experts in everything you could even think of. So if you've got a question, if I don't know the answer, or if I just think I know the answer, someone will. I have an Instagram. I don't use it. It's called @McDonaldLyle. It's either dad jokes, pictures of my dogs, or the occasional video. I've done 2 videos on my YouTube channel this year, and that's probably the extent of it. Mainly my video content will be found on Solomon's channel.
Great.
I'm not on TikTok, I'm not on Twitter, and I'm not going to be, so don't ask.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining me again, Lyle.
Thanks for having me.
These old games are so shit in comparison to now.
Weight Pro card 116 килограмм.
116.
116 kilograms. France Pro 131.
131.
131 kilograms. 1 year. 1 year. 1 year.
People to understand it. Okay. 116 kilos. I was at the British Grand Prix. That was my heaviest. That's 255. Okay. So Sergey went from 255 in 1 year to, you say 131?
Yes.
288.
Oh my God.
So
Oh
like
my
30,
gosh.
34 pounds. Unbelievable.
How much protein are you taking in for an off season, a typical day? How much protein per day?
Season 250
250.
grams of protein.
250?
Да.
Milos, you're going to freak out.
And yeah, I want him to do more. But this is just from a food or food and protein shakes and supplements?
But only food. Only food. Beef, eggs,
yeah,
chicken. I love food, but protein.
Dude, you know, honestly, like I'm convinced at this point, like 90% of the time, when these bodybuilders have like health issues, like they age faster, they end up getting congestive heart disease, you know, stuff like that. It's just what they're eating. Like the steroids have almost nothing to do with their problems. It's just what they choose to eat. Because like when you're on steroids, your metabolism is way faster. You can eat a lot more, not gain fat, and it just turns to muscle. So when you're fucking eating way more, and you're eating way more shit food, like, yeah, no shit, a lot of steroid users are gonna have higher rates of like congestive heart disease.
You don't drink?
Чуть-чуть.
A little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit. Okay.
250 grams. Wow. So what's your carbohydrate intake? Your carbohydrates must be 1,000 grams plus.
Когда к Франции готовился, было 1000 углеводов на сутки.
1,000 of carbohydrates before France
Да.
competition in France.
Every day.
Every day.
That's
1,000 grams of carbohydrates.
Yes.
Eat your body uses. This is best case scenario.
Yes.
Yes. James, Lex Wheeler, go
Yeah.
tell.
Did you come to flexor is the major thing for a leg separation from the front poses. When you have that deep hole and you see the hip flexor, it's very easy to separate the quads. So it's two things.
This guy looks really weird. Like his face. Oh good, bad music. Yeah, his face like doesn't match his body. It's like he has a weird Down syndrome baby head on like a bodybuilder body. Yeah, it's like a Down syndrome baby. He looks like a Down syndrome baby, and then you put a Down syndrome baby head on like a big bodybuilder. It's kind of strange. Jeez, the stomach in that shot. Yeah, this dude was posing with Larry. I think they're doing a bit of a workout.
Yes, go.
It's funny how the steroids make their skin so red. You can see his little acorn. Yeah, you can see Larry's acorn there too. Did he just have surgery on his stomach? Yeah, it looks like he might have just had a hernia surgery. He's got like a little bandage. Yeah. Dude's pretty fucking huge. Spaghetti. Oh, yes.
Brilliant for supporting PBS. Physics is...
Dodo wanted us to watch this. How could I have forgotten?
This close to understanding the entire universe. But what lives in this gap? Many physicists think that it's the elusive graviton, the quantum particle of gravity, whose discovery will finally allow us to stitch together our two great theories of nature into a single master theory. But what is the graviton, and does it even exist? We have a couple of important announcements before we get started. First of all, it's time for the PBS annual survey. We're looking for your feedback. Every year, PBS conducts an audience survey to gauge our audience's interests, vote on show ideas, and help shape the future of PBS. We really do look closely at the data, and it's incredibly helpful. Also, the Spacetime fans have been one of the most well-represented fandoms on the survey, and we'd like to keep it that way. We put the link in the description, and if you have a couple of minutes, we'd love to hear from you. Next up, we're still battling the algorithm, and by liking and commenting on the episode, you help get the episode shared with more members of the Spacetime community. It really does help. You can also subscribe and hit the bell icon to get notifications. Lastly, if you want to believe in a future with warp drives, you can head over to the merch store to get an I Want to Believe UV Glow t-shirt or sweatshirt. The quantum revolution started when we realized that light is made of particles, photons. Max Planck guessed it and Albert Einstein proved it. Light is a wave in the electromagnetic field, so even from the beginning of modern physics, we have this idea that a force, the electromagnetic force, is communicated by these particles. As quantum mechanics evolved into quantum field theory, we also found the particles for the weak and the strong forces. That's 3 out of the 4 fundamental forces, leaving only gravity lacking a mediating particle. So if we could just figure out the graviton, we'd have united all of the forces of nature and be on track to a theory of everything. We are now 100 years after the birth of quantum mechanics, and much of the past century of work towards the master theory hinges on the existence of the graviton. But does it exist? If not, much of the work in unifying these theories has been in the wrong direction. Now, we can describe the entire universe in terms of quantum mechanics and general relativity, yet they look wildly different to each other. On the quantum side, we have these fields filling all of space, whose oscillations give us the known particles of matter and 3 of the 4 fundamental forces. These quantum fields fracture into discrete shards as we zoom in, and their properties and their particles can never be pinned down precisely. But on the relativity side, we have space and time merging into a unified fabric of space-time, a fabric that can expand and warp. It stretches in response to matter and energy, leading to what we experience as the force of gravity. It's a pretty effective picture. Quantum theory gives us the stuff of the universe, relativity gives us the container. Matter in spacetime. Matter tells spacetime how to curve, and spacetime tells matter how to move. So if this picture works so well in describing the universe, why do we need to try to force gravity to work the same way as the quantum forces? Well, partially because the two theories are so different. We expect, or at least hope, that all of the complexity that we observe in the universe emerges from unified underlying laws. That proved to be true of all of matter and most of the forces of nature, quantum fields all the way down. It would be weird if the most fundamental layer of reality was actually 2 unrelated things, and extra weird if the theories describing those things are profoundly different.
Is caffeine a better performance enhancer than creatine? Probably not. Isn't it better than to use electrolytes with caffeine? That wasn't a proper sentence.
As they are in the case of quantum mechanics and general relativity. The former is fundamentally discrete and random, but the latter is fundamentally continuous and deterministic. But maybe that's just how it is, two separate theories. It's not very elegant, but does the universe care what we find pretty? Now there's another reason, besides aesthetics, that we need quantum theory and relativity theory to connect. It's because at a fundamental level they actively contradict each other. Together they describe most of the universe, but in certain places like the center of a black hole or at the instant of the Big Bang, they generate contradictions and paradoxes that, it seems, can only be solved by finding the master theory in which quantum mechanics and general relativity connect seamlessly. For various reasons, most physicists trying to solve this problem follow a particular path, the path of particles. They try to quantize gravity, just as they once managed to quantize electromagnetism. And the search for this theory of quantum gravity implies a particle that mediates gravity. That's the graviton. If the graviton exists, then gravity has to be quantum, and vice versa. Let's see why that's the case. So to get a photon, we start with the classical electromagnetic field, the one described by Maxwell's equations. A field in this sense is just something that extends through space and has some value at each point in space. That value can be a simple number, like say the density or temperature of the air in the room, giving us a density or temperature field. Or it can be a vector, a number and a direction. The EM field is like that, a strength of the force and a direction at every point in space. Fields can support waves, oscillations in the field strength that move through space. The density field in air supports sound waves. The EM field supports EM waves, which we know of as light. So when Planck and Einstein showed that light is made of indivisible particles, we were set on the path to quantizing the EM field itself. This process of quantization followed the development of quantum mechanics in the mid-20s and quantum field theory in the following couple of decades. Through quantization, the EM field is broken down into the countless modes of all different frequencies. In this new description, even the empty or vacuum state of the EM field is made of those modes, made of infinite electromagnetic waves stacked and cancelling into nothing. And those virtual modes are made of discrete packets, just as is the real EM wave made of photons. So we can say that the EM field is made of virtual photons. In quantum field theory, we describe the quantum electromagnetic force in terms of other charged particles exchanging these virtual photons. Those photons take momentum from one particle and give it to another, causing the push and the pull that we see as a smooth electromagnetic force. Photons mediate electromagnetism. And we've talked about whether these virtual photons can be thought of as real before, but what is real is the fact that the EM field is extremely well described as being made up of quantized chunks. If we use basically the same process to quantize slightly more complicated fields, we get other quantum forces and their mediating particles, the gluons of the strong force and the W and Z bosons for the weak. It should not be taken lightly that this stuff works so incredibly well.
Oh my fucking God.
We take a classical field, make some symmetry arguments to guess what other fields might exist, apply quantization rules, and boom, we figure out almost all of the particles and forces that make up our universe.
So fucking
the standard model,
boring.
the Einstein field equation, inherits all of its properties, only works in situations where only theory.
I literally can't fucking watch this. Like, Jesus Christ, that one was really bad.
For supporting PBS. Fairly recently, we figured out that basically all stars have planetary systems, but we also learned that our own solar system is actually quite weird compared to most. In fact, we've never seen another system like it. So either we are extremely rare, or we're about to discover that there are countless solar system-like systems in the next big data drop from Gaia. Could go either way, but the answer has deep implications for the rarity of life in the universe. To encourage YouTube to share our video, a big one is to find other places in the universe that might harbour life. We only know of one such planet, and that's Earth. And so we get particularly excited when we find Earth mass planets at the right distance from their star to sustain liquid water, also critical for life as we know it. We've found lots of those habitable worlds, but we also don't know what factors are really critical to the initial development of life. Maybe star type. We get even more excited if that Earth mass planet is at the right distance from a Sun-type star. And we found a few of those too, and we can infer that there are lots more. But is that it? There may be other astronomical factors. For example, it's been speculated that Jupiter was critical for the development of life on Earth because it protected us from excessive bombardment by comets and the like. So, how many Sun-like stars have we actually discovered that are confirmed to have both habitable Earth-like and also more distant Jupiter-like planets? 0. Not a single one. There's some evidence that such systems are actually truly rare. But it's also true that our current methods are just not good at finding those sorts of systems. Fortunately, new work based on the Gaia satellite is about to fix that, and hopefully it'll tell us how common or how exceedingly rare a solar system like ours really is. But before we get to how we might figure out the true uniqueness of our solar system, let's do a whirlwind tour through the history of exoplanet discovery. That'll give us a good understanding of the methods we're going to need to search for our solar system's twin. Planets are not easy to see. They are small and dim compared to their parent stars. We've managed to snap pics of a few with sophisticated starlight blocking and image analysis technology, but that's relatively recent and very difficult. No good for large-scale senses of planetary systems. For that, we need to use indirect methods that rely on the near-invisible planet's influence on its home star. In 1992, radio astronomers announced the discovery of the first 2 exoplanets. They orbit a millisecond pulsar, an ultra-compact stellar carcass that rotates 160 times a second. The crazy magnetic fields of this neutron star channel beams of high-energy particles whose radiation sweeps past the Earth with a regularity exceeding the best atomic clocks. In this one pulsar, a modulation in the timing of the pulse revealed the gravitational tug of 2 planets, with a third following soon after. Well, that's cool, but it's definitely not a solar system-like system in any respect. The next confirmed exoplanets all came from the radial velocity or Doppler method. Planets don't really orbit stars. Stars and planets orbit their mutual centre of mass, their barycenter, which is always close to and often actually inside the star because the star's mass is so much larger than the planet. But that means stars do wobble in response to their planets. That wobble can be seen as a tiny change in the star's velocity, in turn seen through the Doppler shift. That's the tiny stretching or squishing of light's wavelength, depending on whether its source is moving away from us or towards us. Now, a few planets were found this way through the 90s, all of them giant and with small orbits, because those are what the Doppler method is most sensitive to. The exoplanet gold rush really only started in the new millennium, with tens of new planets each year. Most of these were via the Doppler method, thanks to new high-resolution spectrometers like Keck Hi-Res in Hawaii and HARPS at the La Silla Observatory in Chile. Smaller and less hot planets were found, but still nothing like the Earth. Most of these were gas giants orbiting close to their star, and there was nothing like the Earth. I remember a time in the 90s when most planetary systems we knew of consisted of inner solar systems filled with gas giants. We had no idea if other Earth-like planets even existed. But the 2009 launch of the Kepler Space Telescope changed everything. The spacecraft had one job: to stare at a tiny patch, just 1/400th of the sky, and make precision measurements of the brightnesses of the 150,000 stars in its view. Tiny, repeating changes in those brightnesses revealed miniature eclipses, occultations, as exoplanets passed in front of their home stars. This only worked for planetary systems with convenient alignments, but there were enough of those. By the mid-2010s, we were averaging hundreds of new exoplanets each year. And this method was finally sensitive to Earth analogues. In principle, anyway. We have found several Earth-ish sized planets in their stars' habitable zones. Most of these are around red dwarf stars, but also around a handful of stars that are more like the Sun. Now, extrapolating from Kepler's discoveries and taking into account planets that Kepler probably missed, astronomers inferred that there are something like 11 billion Earth-like planets around Sun-like stars in the Milky Way alone. This huge number of Earth-Sun analogues is promising, but there is a catch. The majority of planetary systems catalogued by Kepler and other transit and Doppler surveys seem to look nothing like our solar system. Planets of a given system have a surprising tendency to be all roughly the same size. Maybe you remember the TRAPPIST-1 system with a string of 7 roughly Earth-mass planets orbiting close around a red dwarf. More common are chains of super-Earths or mini-Neptunes. The thing we don't tend to find are a chain.
Dodo actually expected me to watch these 2 videos in full. Holy fuck. These 2 were particularly bad for this channel. Like, my God, I can't. I literally can't. 100% cannot. Not even. Not possible. Jeez. That was rough. I'm gay. Yeah, I had that idea. If I was like a horse and like, you know, you live in Zootopia, it wouldn't be gay for pay, it would be gay for hay. What was the thing we just downloaded? There we go. Uh-oh. This already feels a little janky. Yeah, we're gonna put that at like 50. Yeah, it's fine.
The thought of revenge is clear in my mind. Jaggle is next, and tonight, it ends. Better put my clothes on before I head out.
Better put on my clothes. If I go outside without clothes, please stop me. I don't want to be stopped by police. I want to kill. Kill bad guy. Let's see. I guess black hoodie. I guess we'll wear that because it's weird otherwise. We won't wear the black. Tackle gloves. Sure. There we go.
All set?
I saw the first Zootopia, haven't seen the second one. The second one just came out. I don't know. How the fuck do you reduce the audio by that much and it's still fucking loud as shit? I do want to see the new Zootopia movie. Beastars is good. Jesus Christ. Okay, can we just... Yeah, Beastars is really good. It's just different than Zootopia. I wouldn't really compare the two.
Here we go again.
That motorcycle looks like a Yamaha. What the fuck? That is totally wrong. Yeah, how in the hell is the exhaust routed like that? Okay, well, that looks like I think a Yamaha. It's like a 250.
Need to get down there. That red lit door might be the way.
I'm running.
What the hell are you doing here? Kill that boy!
Kick. Counter. Finish. This is Asian Man
Could use these
Simulator.
later.
Can I pick that up? How do I pick up the other... There we go. Now I got a knife. Now I'm very dangerous.
Finally. Now to find that bastard.
Come over here, you little bastard!
Where did this big fool came from? Locked. Gotta find another way. Gotta jump those ledges. Shit! How did they get guns?
Wait, what? Fuck? The gun does not work as well as you'd expect a gun to work. Very weird. No. I don't know.
Attention! Attention! Return to your post!
Yeah, this game isn't very good.
What the hell? Looks like a workers' protest.
Yeah, this is not very good. Sifu is definitely a lot better. The combat system in this game is just lacking. Oh my god, it's like impossible to fucking aim. How does this thing have so much ammo? Jeez. This is like dumb.
I can slip through the left gate.
The main problem with this is there's like no flow to the actual combat. So every time you have to parry, like counter hit, the game just slows down. And there doesn't seem to be any real logical combos either. I'm just beating these people up for no reason. Okay. I beated them all up. They're all beated up now.
No passing through here!
Shit! They've all got guns.
He's like Neo from the Matrix. Oh my god. Yeah, that is stupid. Where am I?
I'm gonna chop you to pieces, you little bastard!
Not if I kill you first.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is not worth putting any more time into. Like, wow. That's not a good game. That's really not good. No, no, no. That is not a good game. Absolutely not. I don't think so. Axe of Blood, yeah, we're uninstalling that. It's just the demo, but yeah, that's not a good game. Very, very not good combat system. What's the reanimal? Yeah, there's some horror game. Yeah, it's kind of like Little Nightmares, it looks like. Only seems a little more 3D-ish. Maybe we'll play that next time.
Oh no, careful.
I have a set of Corsa Rally installed. I have to update the firmware and shit on my racing wheel. I'll do that for tomorrow. I'll do it for tomorrow for sure. There's a new update to Evo as well. 0.4. They added in the 2025 Ferrari F1 car and shit, and you can do online races now. Yeah, I've played and streamed Sleeping Dogs already. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed. I had a weird day today. But I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna try to stream earlier tomorrow. But I'm gonna go to sleepy sleep, bed, nighty night, dream time for right now. Hope you all had fun though. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Oh, poor kitty. Oh, my kitty's tired. Oh my god, it's so weird how he balls up. What fast food should I eat? You could poop into your hand and eat it. That's pretty quick. But, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks again, and sweet dreams.